Hello guys, gals and non-binary pals, and welcome to the Lioness Cup, brought to you by Women in Esports. Once again, I'm here with the lovely duo of Hazza and Cairo. This time, I'm not going to put you through a 40-second intro and then make you try and kind of follow it up. How are you guys doing on this fine morning, Cairo?
Well, you know, Twiggy, it's 11 o'clock in the morning. I am known for waking up early, so I'm really bright and breezy this morning. How about you, Hazza?
I'm doing fantastic. I'm also known for waking up early and also eating porridge for breakfast. We both had a bowl of porridge for breakfast this morning, Cairo, but I want to know, what did you have with your porridge?
I had honey, actually.
Oh, okay. I had jam.
You got to get the throat nice and soaked and really good.
So-
Yeah.
Okay, back to you, Twiggy. Try and follow that one up.
Okay, great, love that. Okay, good start, guys. I think this is why I ask the questions usually, and you don't. Okay, so I think we've been a little selective with our love of the tournament so far. We've been very focused on the upper bracket, and we don't want the lower bracket to develop any abandonment issues. So we're going to focus on them today for a little bit. This is the upper bracket. This is how it has shaped up. Obviously, we ended yesterday with Neon Blade versus Beyblade Ninjas. It looked like it was shaping up to be a very decisive win for Beyblade Ninjas, but Neon Blade to back in map 2. Managed to take it to map 3, where Beyblade Ninjas took it eventually. With so many blades, it's actually very difficult to say all of those words. I'm surprised that I can do it at 11 o'clock in the morning, but here we are now in the lower bracket. We've got Meats versus Surrenders. To start things off, the winner of that will be playing against Neon Blade for a chance to beat them out and get into the grand finals once again, to play up against Beyblade Ninjas in the grand finals, which I will remind you will be a best of 5. Guys, who have you got going through completely? Meats versus Surrenders, we'll talk about that when we get to it, but overall, I want to think, I want a little bit of a deep dive, deep cut kind of prediction here. Cairo.
I mean, honestly, I feel disrespectful saying this, and I don't mean it by any disrespect. I thought alternate attacks would be in that, up with that lower final or that lower semi-final. Meats have really surprised me being there, and I think by a tribute of them beating the team that I think was going to make it, I'm going to go for Meats.
Okay, Hazza, what are you thinking?
And look, I'm not just here to play devil's advocate, but I think Surrenderers can not only make it to the lower bracket final, but I think they can beat Neon Blade and make it to the grand final as well. It is reliant on several factors, one of which, the individual stepping up the team play, sort of falling into place for there. But Cairo looks like he's had a light bulb moment, so I'll pass this one over to him.
Please.
I've had an epiphany. I've realised that I am completely wrong. And why is that, folks? Why is
because Jade from Scotland is
Jade from Scotland! Come on!
Oh, of course. Okay, well, I'm glad that we've cleared that one up. This is great. You guys, you're actually full of energy today. You're better than you were yesterday. You were like cardboard cutouts of media-trained esports players yesterday, just saying yes to questions. But no, we've actually got some good answers. Hazza, please.
It's the porridge. It has to be the porridge. And it's the honey as well. Cairo has soaked his throat with the sugary goodness, and he's ready to go.
I've got some natural...
Can we please just get the game started, please?
I've got some natural created by bees. Like, who doesn't love the bees?
It is Mary Poppins logic, right? A spoonful of sugar. I mean, you're not taking any medicine, but, Lioness Cup...
This is a medicine in it's
prescribed Valorant. Prescribed game
prescribed Valorant. Yeah, this is the Lioness Cup is your. I mean, it's off season. It's an official off season event. Therefore, it's a prescribed Valorant event for you. You have to watch it. It is illegal not to. And if you haven't woken up in the morning to watch the Lioness Cup, if you're here watching the VOD, you are go back to sleep. There's no point. There's no point. If you're not here live, then you're not experiencing this in the flesh. Either way, please watch the VOD. We need all we want all of you to see everything that's going on. Obviously, you're missing context for the grand finals if you're not watching right now. So, Meats versus Surrenderers is the first game that we have coming up. So you've both kind of changed your answers a couple of times. And Cairo, I just want you to just one word. Who have you backed in this one once again?
Right, so I honestly, sorry, Surrenderers.
Okay, there we go. Okay, no, now we carry on.
Okay, right, so honestly, when I think about it, I honestly kind of had a little bit of a senior moment. You know, I'm 24. I'm basically an old age pensioner when it comes to esports. So you can kind of give me a little bit of leeway there. But like generally, what Surrenderers were doing in the Swiss stage was pretty good. I liked the kind of ideas that they had. Some things were a little bit disjointed. Obviously, Jade known for being that IGL, and then you've got like other people, Moshi, Petite, who was a big fragger. Missed when we saw them last time round. Princess, Els, and obviously Stars. So a really good roster, and I think well-rounded, with just a tiny little bit of inexperience sprinkled in there.
Hazza, one word, and then I'll let you do the same thing Cairo did.
Jade. There you go. That's
okay,
what Cairo
great.
should have
That's a
said.
good one.
That's
there
what Cairo should have said.
That is what I should have said.
Cairo shaking his fist in the air like an old man of the cloud. Okay, Hazza, go ahead. Do your spiel about why you think they're going to win.
I'm not going to lie, to be fair, I probably shouldn't have gone for the word Jade. I felt like that was the easy answer. For me, it's character, perhaps, right? This is a test of character for Surrenderers, because we said before, players like Jade have the experience, but some of the others in there, like, you know, Els, for example, she's been in Project V, but, you know, Project Queens, played a bit of that. Stars, maybe not as much, but really showed up yesterday in the match that they ended up playing against Gamax, if I'm checking it correctly. Every single player on the team had 30+ kills, and Stars went +13 with 38, so pretty strong performance from her individually. But yeah, it's just going to be a case of everyone stepping up, everyone pulling their weight, and not being drowned out by the occasion more than anything else.
For sure. Do you guys think we're going to be seeing any interesting map picks? I think we've really established at this point that the top 4 teams are all kind of, I'm not going to use the word boring. I already did, actually, so I can't really take that back now. But, you know, have those established map pools. Cairo is mewing at the camera right now, so I just you guys are so difficult to work with, because every time I look over at your faces, I want to laugh. I'm sorry. It's just like that, like in the nicest way possible. Sometimes it is just one of those. Oh man.
Twiggy has came onto the broadcast and decided that they're just going to insult me and Hazard.
No,
so
that's not what I've done, though, is it? That's just not. That's just not what I've done. No, please stop. Okay, right. Map pools, guys. What are you expecting? Cairo, please dig me out of this hole.
Well, I'll tell you what I'm expecting. Lotus, the most picked map so far in the playoffs bracket. Hazard was telling us about it yesterday. It's I think, like, generally across all of Valorant, across all of the regions, it's a pretty well-loved map. The way that it plays out, it's just a nice feeling, you know. It's just like having a nice wee cup of warm tea when it's the winter. As for the other maps, I'm expecting stuff that is pretty much more standardized. Surrenderers really love their Haven, so that's another map that I would be expecting.
Okay, Hazza, your thoughts?
I agree. Lotus. I think, well, this is like the 7th or 8th time we've seen it. It would be if it comes through, it would be the 9th or 10th, actually, because it had been played 6 times coming into yesterday. We got it the 7th for our decider in the series that we watched yesterday between the two of the Blades, right? The Neon Blades and Beyblade Ninjas. And it was also played in Surrenderer's game that they played against Gamax yesterday as well. So I think we're expecting it to be played regardless, but teams have got to brush up on their macro a little bit. I think Surrenderers will be good at doing that. They have the players to be able to pull something like that off. If we see it come into the veto against Neon Blade, there are improvements that they would need to have made from yesterday's performance.
Brilliant. And as if by magic, the map veto is ready for us to see here, so you guys can once again break that one down. Lotus it is to start things off. Wow. It's almost like we knew beforehand. Haven, second map coming up, and then Split. We've seen a couple times as well come on through. This time, no Breeze. We had a brief moment in the, in the kind of sunlight there, and now we're heading back. So
yeah, I mean, let's just on your go, Hazard.
Yeah, two different teams, right? So not everyone is going to want to try and pull the Breeze cards. You have to remember as well, Neon Blade were the only team to have been picking into Sunset as well, so that's another which goes out of the picture here. But Haven is something that Surrenderers looked pretty decent at. They lost heavily against alternate attacks on that choice, so something... or no, actually, that was a completely different team. But look, Haven was decent for them in one of the games that they played. It was Joker Slay, actually, that they beat on that one. much to Twiggy's dismay.
Yeah, again, I'll point out that that's not a bias. That is, I made the logo for that team, and it's the first time it's ever been in a playoffs. Once again, and their coach will be able to, attest to that one, seeing as they were one of the players when I made the logo, and they never made it to playoffs. Anyway, but either way, look, I'm very. Do you think? Right. Okay. I'm trying to remember now. Is Bind an insta-ban for any of these teams? Because will we see it in the best of 5 in the grand finals is what I want to know. Because if I don't see Bind once, I'm not saying I'm the biggest fan of Bind, but if I don't see it once, I will feel a little sad. This was a staple of EU Valorant at one point.
I think we will see it. I think when you look towards the maps that are generally available, I guess maybe more of a surprise that Breeze was allowed through. Sunset, I see being an insta-ban. Well, I don't think we've seen many of the teams play apart from that of Neon Blade off stream. So I would imagine we'll probably get a bind, Twiggy.
Okay. Good. Has your thoughts on that? I mean, it's a very nothing question. But do you think
I can add a little something to it, a little bit of spice. I think that perhaps one of the reasons why we're not seeing Bind played very much is that there is an absence of Turkish teams or Turkish players in this tournament. One of which, Fujitsu, that we saw playing for LXT, I think it was. It's one of the only Turkish players I can think of in this tournament. And Bind is a map which teams in the past, like Ascend, Supermassive Blaze, for example, were pretty comfortable playing. That is obviously being quite selective in terms of how that is, but as well, Bind doesn't play like any of the other maps in the pool just because of the teleports. Not every team is going to be too comfortable with that mechanic or really want to play into it. So perhaps just a map pool issue, I suppose.
All right, cool. Well, as I understand it, the players are ready, but before we get going, apart from Jade, I want to know, are there any players you're looking forward to seeing, Cairo?
Any players? Do you know what? I'm going to pick Els, Princess Els, like the duelist that's playing on Surrenderers. A player which Haza, and well, I guess more so Haza, has highlighted to be like doing some things that you could see a little bit experience, pushing a little bit too far forward, taking too much space, and limit testing too much. If they can pop off, they will pop off. It's kind of like a feast or famine with Els, so I'm really looking forward to seeing what they bring forward to this series.
Okay, Haza, your thoughts on that one?
I'm going to flip the script on that one. Els, can be hit or miss. Same could be said for Splashy. Duelist role for Meats. What exactly can they bring to the table? Looked pretty good on the op and taking some of the aggressive fights when they were playing Ascent before. First couple maps, Lotus and Haven, pretty open. Some sightlines to be tested. Let's see.
Well, we ended things off with Lotus, as I understand, yesterday. We're starting things off with Lotus today. So, Meats versus Surrenderers is the storyline for today. That's how we're getting things started. The winner will be playing against Neon Blade later on today. You guys have an agent select to get to, so I'll let you get to it. Hazard and Cairo, take it away.
Thank you so much, Twiggy. Here we go, Cairo. The lower bracket semi-final. Meats versus Surrenderers. Will Surrenderers meet a state of surrender against the Meats? Or will the Surrenderers force the Meats to surrender themselves?
You have been in the kitchen too long this morning, mate. I don't know. You've cooked your porridge and then cooked up whatever that was. No, I'm kidding. No. What we're seeing so far from the agent select here, double controller from the side of Surrenderers, with the Fade actually being the solo initiator, which is interesting compared to what we typically see of being the Sky, which is actually from the other side of Julie, and they went for double initiator, so it's more of the same of what we saw last night. Has a double initiator versus double controller. I wonder if the game plan will be a lot more, I guess, methodical in the sense compared to what it was played last night.
Yeah, Surrenderers have changed their composition from the last time that we saw them play this map as well. It was against Beyblade Ninjas. That was the second map of their series. Jade was the only player to go positive for her team in that encounter, 15 and 13, on the Breach. She has moved over to the Fade now. Whether that's going to be delivering a lot more for them, I'm not sure. Paired up with the Rays, I think it can certainly be supportive for Elsie, but it's just how they try and work it out. So heading into Lotus, that is the state of affairs, at least in terms of agents, but we'll have to see how this one goes. And look, Meat starting on the defense, tasked with a pretty difficult one against our favorites.
I'm trying to think off the top of my head of examples where a solo initiator has been on the fade. Has I think like Fnatic's comp on Fracture, I think off the top of my head. Perhaps I can't remember a time where I've seen it on Lotus.
I think actually to sort of call my mind back to the last time we saw Fnatic play Lotus, that would have been Red Bull Homeground. It was against Cloud9 in the final. They also do play solo initiator fade on this map. It's double controller with Astra instead. But for what it's worth, this comp is pretty similar to the one that Fnatic actually end up running. So,
okay, there we go.
Industry standard, if you will, right?
Industry standard, no, the highest of standards, I guess, has us probably the best way to look at that. And well, here we go. A nice setup on towards A, the play of the util, but Cinder still stand there, waiting to take their timing behind the smoke.
Getting prepared to take a peek behind the poison cloud. Flash coming in. Reveal from Jade onto 3 different players. But 3 players fall on the Surrenderer's side. They've spotted out Asterix. She's run out of shrouded steps to disengage from here, but wants to take the fights head on instead. Petite with a trade, but low HP and a flank from Nose coming in.
The fact that these 2 players are disconnected, this is doable.
That's done. Quick break.
No, it's not. Petite drops down, Julie the one to take the kill. On that amount of HP, I think she would have been very lucky to come away with anything more in that kind of situation.
I think it's one of those ones where, like, it's the 1%, you know, you got the players disconnected, you have to take the hit, like, the player cleanly without taking any damage, and I guess so the second as well. The Flash dealt with that pretty easily. On top of that, though, Surrenderers really trying to force the issue on A main, not working out, and yeah, I mean, that's something that they're going to have to, well, think about for future rounds.
Certainly is. Again, Meets establishing this early A control. Asterix has been spotted by Petite. And Surrenderers are beginning to pile on the pressure in Mound as well, building up that ultimate. Stars already under halfway towards that one, actually. It's 9 ult points now, so she's only a third of the way.
It's crazy to one odd point changes like the full way that you look at it, the priority of which ultimate you try to get through the orbs, which is exactly what Surrenderers are trying to do. Obviously, Petite was trying to luck their way through A and try and get a pick or 2 off the back of that contact from the Omen. Fortunately, Splashy was there, but I mean, it was dealt with by the Omen. Now they've taken the full of B side, and Splashy's trying to get a bit too aggressive there.
I mean, I understand it, supported with the utility, but Jade has punished it not once, but twice. That's all that Surrenderers needed to have the numbers advantage, but the spike yet to be planted. Asterix reaffirming her presence towards Hobbit, while Stars will get away with another kill, and is more than on her way to getting that lockdown come round 3. Still a few more players here in her wake, and they've double stacked the angle as well. So with the time dwindling, it's just about damage, of which she can inflict no more. A second on the board for Meets.
Those Bulldogs were barking, you'd have to say, Hazza. A lot of the heads taken clean, Asterix being namely one of those players. Yeah, a little bit of over-aggression early doors, Petite testing the boundaries of that A presence while they're on a Sheriff. You can understand it. Didn't catch the Omen off guard, so probably more of a more passive look on towards that A site. As for the B retake, it was a little bit disconnected between the defenders, so one to keep an eye on later as we get into the rifle rounds.
Yeah, I don't really see that as being a massive fumble. You had the fault line into support. It's just Jade that gets unchecked and is able to find a couple of kills. So nothing majorly worrying about how Meets have been playing it up until this point. But as you say, that initiation has to be clean if they want to make the most of it. And into the bonus, a little short-handed in terms of weaponry after how the previous panned out. Early C-mount control again from Surrenderers. B presence also granted.
The drop of the spike might have been heard by the C players, which is why we're seeing a rotate early. I don't know if Surrenderers are trying to bait that in, as we're already seeing the players starting to explore other parts of the map here, Hazza.
Yeah, seen the B turret broken. It goes both ways though. Meets try to be proactive in the mid section of the map early on. playing a bit of a retake setup for A right now. But in terms of that read, they're fairly cognizant of what the map control looks like. They are gambling in this being either a C or B hit towards the left side of the map, and it is a gamble which will pay off if they can win the fight.
Big F, though. Classics. Not many great weapons here, to be honest, Hazard.
Early utility is a little bit of chip damage, but nothing too much on the rest of the block. LC able to find the first and can combine for the second. Splashy 2 of their own in a 2 versus 1. Asterix still from this position will probably struggle to haul it over the line. Has a Bulldog available.
Yeah, that's the big part, is the fact that they do have almost a full kit of utility as well. The only thing is, though, is how do you disconnect the fights?
Already looks to have been done for her. Here's the reload animation. Now knows about the second player having taken down the first. LC removed. 6 bullets left in the Vandal.
Going out.
A dark cover onto the spike to begin this defuse, but needs to be aware of a peek coming up to check it. First one heard, and like you say, the bullets not quite enough to connect onto Petite. She'll be winning this one out by the skin of their teeth. Surrenderers register their first round.
Yeah, an unfortunate post plant in the end, and well, listen, Surrenderers really spent a lot of credits there. By that I mean they lost a lot of rifles. The fighting not clean as what we would hope it to be. I think that was probably made by the fact that Meech read into that one perfectly, Hazard. Even though they had the lesser weaponry, they still fought well. So this defender's side, I've got a good bit of hope for it, for the Meech side.
Yeah, reading the game pretty well so far. You know, a distinct game plan of what they wanted to do. Retake one side of the map, push your chips to the corner of the felt on the left.
Poison's off.
And it makes the dent in Surrenderer's economy, which results in Bulldog purchases, light armor and the like, but neither of these teams are out of the woods in terms of their finances right now. Unable to build up some concrete early economy. First pick, however, from Moshi will go a long way in making this more difficult to try and figure out for Meets.
A lot more passive of the A-hold this time round. Stelman obviously being that key advanced player to get themselves up towards the I guess the boost.
Yeah. You see Smokes go traded there towards C, so Meets, instead of being proactive in the mound position, they've maintained positioning. You've got a jump spot coming through, a bit of damage onto the site. 2 players should be spotted before the From the Shadows gets cancelled. Julie is stuck in silent drop by herself, and Elsie Frag is hot on her heels, looking to take the duel and winning it out.
Easy as that. The rest of the players are a lot more stalled out, and that's because the utility sent their way. Look at Nose. I mean, how do you even get out of stairs from this point?
It's great information from the Nightfall as well, so Elsie knows to take that fight. Really smartly done by her. Smoke fades, and another 1 versus 1 taken, and 1 out by Surrenderers. Stacked up for the Heaven Peak. Ivor not making it out of upper, and Asterix forced to save. Meets aren't going to have any money for the next.
I feel as if Asterix a little bit indecisive in terms of whether they wanted to help Heaven, help Stairs, or maybe they were just holding for a luck coming from the back. In fact, that's probably exactly what it was, Hazard. Nonetheless, it's respectable that they decided to go for this save. 2 apiece now as Surrenderers start to really put the mark on the map in terms of how they're controlling it. They hit the site that's got the weakest player, that being the Sky jump spotting. So it's good information, good game plan so far that they're actioning. As for Meets, again, they're relegated to a poor eco-cycle. They have to use sheriffs. At least they have 2 rifles, though, to force in towards this one.
Yeah, it's taking a bit of a gamble with that one. But again, like you say, Surrenderers have been really decisive on this attack so far. They've created good pressure. Seems as if the A play will be a little bit more direct this time around. But already you're seeing the value that they're getting out of this fade pick. Elsie being able to capitalize off of that utility, whether it's a seize, whether it's a reveal, or even an ultimate. It's the Prowler this time that gives her tree control.
This is going to be a brawl because of all the KG utility that's on site. The Trailblazer coming in, there's plenty to support. The Sentinels, and they're doing exactly just that. 2 big frags, but now the Showstoppers have been traded. Elsie goes huge! And now it's down to a 1 versus 2. Oh, it could be a 1 versus 1 though if this spike plant goes right.
Asterix is just looking to deny it straight up, and she will. A 1 versus 1. Omen on both sides, from the shadows available, and looking to be fully stuck out by Moshi. So she can get the safe plant and set up for this situation with an advantage.
This is probably the best plant, and the fact they've got a smoke to maybe make a one-way.
Paranoia's missed it. Moshi able to win out the round. Surrender is now having the lead for themselves.
That was... I'm going to be honest, the Paranoia, just watching it come in, I thought that we were going to see Moshi completely blinded, but no, just misses. Nice heads-up play, gets the TP towards the other side of the map from the shadows. Also on top of that, like the plant, you're leaving yourself so open. As for where you plant on this A site, to be honest though, like it's pretty much paper thin. Again, another fast take on towards A here. And again, puts the pressures on. What, do you rotate? Do you fold to the pressure that Surrenderers are putting on?
Yeah, the Killjoy utility they've used so far has done a decent job at forcing Surrenderers into one lane. I mean, you saw it last time. Nose with some nice individual shots on the Sheriff. Surrenderers taking this early space, but you've even got Stars still lurking, roaming outside of C and B that can prepare for a split if they want to go for it, and that seems to be the case.
Really nice. Still need to be careful that B main though has it, because it's not entirely been cleared out by Stars' turret.
Yeah, there is nobody there though at this point in time, and she will have the rotation from C, so I think Surrenderers feel pretty comfortable in the knowledge that nobody has pushed this. They can set up into the post plant. It's a 5 versus 5 and they've got the lockdown.
That's really unfortunate. Losing Elsie there as they were trying to look for an extra pick in a 5v5. At least the lockdown buys them extra time, and that's exactly what you're trying to buy in this post plan. Time, delay, make sure that mates have to panic when they're retaking.
The Surrenderers with that little bit of extra time, putting their feet up, and now it is the moment where you've got to lock in. Jade putting pen to paper on a couple of kills, knows a few more of their own, and suddenly it's a 2 versus 2. Petite and Hobbit isolated. It all circles back to Stars and what she can create. A head postured out, a little peek, spike half, but she'll finish the deal. It's a clutch for Stars, and Surrenderers finding a 4.
Absolutely excellent from Stars out on B main. Completely and utterly cool as a cucumber, to be honest. The fact that you've got that time ticking down, you can feel the pressures, everybody's silent watching you take on those fights. I mean, a step too far, and I mean, you can see the player holding, but they're easily able to pick you up. On top of that, it was nice reactive play to get that lockdown down as soon as the smokes dissipate.
It's literally as simple as splitting the players 4-1 and having some other map presence, right?
Yeah.
Like, it gives you the flexibility to go for those late options. If, you know, you hit the Killjoy utility, which they did when they turned the A door, okay, let's actually go for B here instead, because we know we're going to be running into the setup. It's simple stuff like that, which show that Surrenderers are very well in tune with what is required of them here on their attacker's side.
Lovely shot from Julie. Actually completely dismantled that Viper setup by being all the way down. Oh, splashy though. And they get picked up, and Julie now known about because of the alarm bot. Still manages to rescue the rifle though.
And has broken the alarm bot as well. It was a Trailblazer through lobby which was giving her the confidence to go ahead and pick that one up, as well as the ultimate orb with space between her and the attackers now. So Seeker's available, 3 retake ultimates on the side of Meats. How do they try and set up to play this one?
Not only that, you know, I mean, you're going to be setting up for that extra player that's going to be there. The fact that the Seekers are now popped as well, you've got all the information that you need, but if Julie gets taken untraded, then this is going to be disastrous.
Julie has literally just got to be buying as much time as she possibly can. It ends up in a 1-for-1. Seekers used very early there though, and with the Killjoy lockdown coming in from the flank, Meat's trying to get a bit of this space back. Spike still needs to be planted.
10 seconds
I think we're going to
left.
plant it and just, I guess, put Stars up for to be taken. It's going to be easy. Moshi needs to be reactive and isn't. The players of Meats will happily collect that, and it'll be an easy defensive round, but a lot invested into this one in terms of the ultimates.
Yeah. The fact that that Meats have used all 3 ultimates to find that one round, it is costly, Cairo. It really is. And while it was a mixed investment, and you can understand the importance of them wanting to rack something up here, it's not even necessarily a swing round, which is gonna, break the back of Surrenderers in terms of what they're able to put up front here. So, a couple more ultimates of their own available. Meats far away from getting anything online after that one. I'm not too sure how I feel about this in the long run. We'll just have to see what they can do.
Could leave them a little bit short. But in terms of map control, they've got a decent amount of it, Hazza. The fact that they've taken C Mound, the only issue is they don't have the key aspect in terms of B. But after that door pop, that should be easy to read.
Prowler and Paint Shells coming in onto the position of Nose. Already dropped so low from the utility, but still finding one onto Moshi. Sidesteps the door and takes the control for herself. Wow. Surrenderers, yeah, they've got the sight, but they've lost Rubble, and this won't be the most comfortable of post plants. Yeah, you've got your pit up, but
spike planted.
That feels about it.
Trying to get through the pit though. As Petite watches on, that should be easy pickings.
Finds the first, using the edge of the boom bot. Ivor is low, but the burst from the Classic fails to connect. Elsie can finish off a decayed and dwindling Ivor. It all comes back now to Nose, but this position is so well known to Surrenderers from this point. While they may have been encircled, they fight their way out of danger, and Meat find themselves to be the team who are on another mixed investment here, really not getting to grips with this defender-sided economy.
That's now at the maximum loss bonus that you can be at, Hazza. With the way that the rounds... Oh, no, wait, never mind. I'm talking absolute nonsense. They won the previous round, so they're not there. But they've still got enough to force in nonetheless. So they're down to about 1,500, 2,000 credits. Guardian and like picked up. They'll force their way on towards B and the information gained from that. And Eva's trying to do their best to delay the push out, but the site's already taken.
Elsie testing here again, trying to find that little bit of extra space in the B post plant. Stars instead, as the spike has not gone down, they've reset their gaze on C instead. That's where this one's going to be heading in. Flashy's fallen, Petite finishing things off with a shorty, enough time to reload it. Finds another, still Asterix hasn't punished. Are you kidding me, man? 3 kills with the shorty from the corner, and Meats just sit down and are willing to let it happen.
It's not only that, there was a lot invested into that last round as well, Hazard, which makes this round even more important. You look at the economy there, we're going to be back towards another eco-cycle. The economy completely broken here. Meats having to time out off the back of that, and no wonder. I mean, this spacing terrible.
They can still buy 5 rifles and light shields here, Cairo. They do have enough credits to do that, but I mean like you are right. It is, yeah. If you lose here, you've not only lost the advantage on the half, but you're playing for 4 rounds instead of 5, because, or, even 6, right? Because Surrenderers will be up to 8 by that point in time, or at least we assume it to be the case. Splashy the one calling the timeout. I'm really not too sure, Cairo, at this point in time. Surrenderers putting in a good performance, but Meats, it's a round like that where, you see Petite take the first fight. As soon as she goes for the reload, you've got to be swinging and you've got to swing together.
Yeah. Listen, it's one of those rounds where you literally just have to write it off. There's nothing else that you can do. That's one for the VOD review, even if that simple mistakes under a magnifying glass,
Mm-hmm. I think something that Surrenderers did a good job of out there is by taking the B control, you force the C rotate, you know that they're going to be in waterfall, you can then pinch it from both sides.
Yes,
it was a really nice setup from them.
On top of that, Meets this time, they were pinging out towards that A lobby position, so obviously an idea about pushing that side of the map, and with the fact that we've got Julia and Nose holding down C, obviously a plan for delay, and yeah, we're seeing that with the smokes.
Seen this happen a couple of times now, where Meets have actually set up their Skye and their Killjoy player together. You're not playing double controller, you don't have a Viper. Interesting that this is what they elect for. Another rule means the lockdown is online. Splashy trying to get aggressive, but fumbles the showstopper. Plenty more where that came from. It bites back, misses the mark, but Stars finds the opener, and Surrender is with a minute left. Still plenty of decisions, plenty of options.
Yeah, I was going to say the biggest decision, invest in the ultimate, the lockdown, a big one at that, trying to buy the space. Eva just trying to stay a bit longer. Nearly would have paid off if they stayed a second too long. Spike goes down, and Petit's dueling with the Omen here.
Asterix is in a world of trouble, and Elsie will take her down. The stairs opened up, and she begins to climb behind them. Meet. This is a round that you chose to invest in. The back of the timeout, I would be inclined to save from this position, and now down to the 2 versus 5. They will continue to wager against the site players and lose out. Eventually Nose calls it quits and throws in the towel, but a little too late in my mind.
I mean, yeah, the post plant there from Surrenderers has a excellent realising where the important aspect of where the spike is. Is Nose going to get found as well? Yeah, there it is. That's all 5 rifles off the board, and not much of a buy for this round. I guess he could maybe go for a little half, but generally, like, I just wanted to comment on the Surrenders post plant there. Like, the priority towards the Hobbit door, realising that as an extension of that, you've got all of A main that you need to hold as well. Then on top of that, you've got like Elsie activating on the flank. Everything was just spot on for where the spike was planted, and the prioritisation was beautiful.
Yeah, they did a brilliant job of it. But again, I can't help but feel the difference between, you know, a good team and a great team. Not enough teams know when it is a good point to save. Yeah, you're trying to find someone overfaced, some kind of extension that you can punish and find a way back into the retake. But I really think that's one of those situations where Meets need to cut their losses and put up a better buy in the next. Give themselves a better chance. Going back to this Rubble control again, it's Asterix up top, but already having taken a little bit of damage and position noted.
I think this is a bit of a lineup for the position where the Omen usually plays. And they're trying to, off the back of it, get the util for it. Yeah, there we have it, investment in him, but they're just scaling up in the meantime, one towards B.
If Jade has spotted it, she understands that with the heavy A presence, there's got to be a gap here somewhere, and B proves to be the result. Elsie moving forwards and actually disrespecting her own teammate Smoke. Another little pocket from which she can look to exploit.
Yeah, you've also got to look, the prioritisation from Meets is to come through Hobbit this time.
They're on the site, the Nano can delay for a little bit longer. Elsie's already found one, Jade doubling up from the same area, but the wraparound is already coming in. Moshi and Waterfall dealing more damage. Nade into Hobbit forces a peek out of Julie, even a blast pack to try and push her into the fire and flames, at which she evades quite brilliantly. Elsie another for herself, and Surrenderers finding the 8th as we expected.
Yeah, 8 is exactly what we expect, Hazza, but it was nice adaptations coming through from Meets on the retake. I pointed that out just while it was happening, like a lot of pressure towards A and holding on towards C, the two like extremities of the map. But as for the middle, on B, they decided to try and suffocate the opportunities that Surrenderers had. The only issue is this time round, Surrenderers had the better weaponry, so they could punish anything. A good plan from Meets, though.
And not just that, Elsie finding ways to take her timings, but out of time for this half. Her involvement will end on round number 12. It's a quick 1-for-1 with smokes lost for Meets. Surrenderers can double up in that department. Just looking to continually scale onto A.
Petit is really far forward. That's an opportunity for Meats to pick up on if they go for it. They've waited for the spike plant and now it's go.
Seeker's coming in, but a brilliant snake bite pushes it all off the table. Petit looking to even fight in front of it, gets the solo duel onto Nose, but it is not one which she's able to win out. Jade walking around the door, looking for an opportunity, but spotted by the guiding light. It's a smoke here, which Moshi is trying to reverse engineer to her advantage, and the reveal drop behind it is perfect. Brilliant utility from Jade. A 2 versus 1 is the position of which Surrenderers can look to find the final round of the half, and I don't think there's even enough time for Nose to get onto the defuse now as well. So Jade, the safest pair of hands to the server, finds yet another kill, and that is 9-3. The advantage which Surrenderers hold.
Switching sides.
Jade is such like I know this is like a football term, but it's like such a number 6, you know, a safe pair of hands that you just expect to win out in the high pressure situations. Not only that, the util like 99% of the time is on point exactly for that round, sets up everybody else. Lovely stuff in the end. But now there's a little bit of hope for Meats. We've switched the halves. Now it's time for the double initiator to have a real grasp on that game. And last night, we saw how powerful a double initiator can be and how weak a double controller can be.
Hey, look, if we hadn't dispelled any myths of a 9-3 curse yesterday, with it being the halftime scoreline for every single map in the upper bracket final, that streak continues while we're on stream here too, Cairo. Look, if it means we get to watch 3 maps and we go to the decider of split, then I'm not going to be complaining. But yeah, Meats need a serious upturn of form on their attacker's side. No better place to do it. Early utility misses the mark. Jade takes the peak. Information comes in tow.
There.
She will concede the space.
Ultimate orb taken on B as well for the KG. So prioritization maybe for the lockdown.
Yeah, I think you have to make a real priority of getting the lockdown available on this attack side now, Cairo. Yeah, Lotus has the second highest amount of orbs and the most in the current map pool. But yeah, a real effort must be made of it. And Splashy giving it a damn good go in the site, but Dre punching back herself, going blow for blow. Moshi with some more. Julie, a couple of her own, but needs to find this third if they want site control. Nose can do it. Petit in the clutch. Both Meats players low HP.
Yeah, exactly. It's the fact that both are low. One snake bite could finish this all. But the utility has cleared all of heaven. The Trailblazer finding exactly where Petit is.
And Petit will have the information that both players are low. Finds the first. No potential for a trade on the second. May have heard the footsteps and certainly does the turret. It clocks away, reveals position. Nose taken down, the spike defused for a 10th.
Yeah, really well played from Petit. I mean, also really well played from the site anchors. The way they all fought together, the rotate on towards heaven as well, to kind of rain down fire from there. Spike planted and a lot of players lost. If Meats wanted to, they could force into this one.
And I think they should force as well. With a scoreline of 10-3, you don't really get many more opportunities to find a way back into this game. It was a close affair. You get the spike plant, invest while there are still rounds to be played. This could now decide ultimately whether you're playing for an overtime or if there is still Valorant yet to be won on Lotus.
I like this as well. You know, you're forced onto Stingers and Spectres, close quarter, and you've picked the most close quarter map of them all.
Either getting ready to set things up, close quarter sight it is in fact. That fight taken on similar terms and Elsie wins it out. Nice use of the flashpoint, exactly what Splashy needed to give something back in the conversation 4v4.
Yeah, but that's information. You know players are in Hobbit and you know players are in Heaven. This is a nice retake from Surrenderers.
Wraparound coming and it is heard out. Julie wins the first of the fight. Still an equilibrium met, but finally Surrenderers begin to charge in front. Bullish from Moshiru. That's an 11th for them now. Another retake one. Meats shouldn't be too much left in the tank on their own map pick.
Do you force into this one? Do you play for overtime? No, they're going to force it. They're going to send it. Hazza. On top of that, when we look towards the last round and how it happened, how it broke down, all in all, Surrender's just so reactive to the information given to them. Julie gets that pick straight away. 2 players face. You get the players the players get the pick from Hobbit. You're straight away. You've got a smoke down to cover that. Every single time, Surrenderers had an answer to what Meats were trying to do, and I think that's just the difference.
I mean, Meats did a good job themselves at taking the space.
100%.
You have to commend Splashy for calling for that breach utility, but I think they just ran out of it after a point.
Yeah.
And, you know, from Hobbit, fighting out of that position with no utility, incredibly difficult, and that's even putting it lightly. They seem to have taken the A site here, but Surrender is already in position for a retake, and Petit has cut the flank! What on earth is that from LC? Headshot clean through the center of the site. A stake in the hearts of Meats. They're looking cooked from this point, and a little bit of garnish to finish things off, 12-3.
Well done on Lotus. That's exactly what it is. And not only that, though, has something that you may have missed. Petit on the flank, actually just chasing the KJ down, caught a timing. Obviously, there was some amazing stuff from Elsie, but obviously, Surrenderers actually understanding the full picture of the map. 4 players on site, there's going to be a lurker, there's going to be someone trying to upset the balance of the site presence or the site retake. Well played.
Yeah. No, I mean, we saw it happen, right? Petit chasing things up, and like you say, just feels like yet another factor where Surrenderers are able to best Meats. They're going to get aggressive here. Paranoia forces the players into the corner. The paint shells not enough to finish off Nose. In fact, Meats are able to regroup brilliantly. A-Plant coming in, and the flank that we speak of this time is already well checked by Nose.
I like that they're chucking the spike about for ultimate orbs. That's exactly what's going to get you through to the later rounds. If we do get to that scenario, obviously Nose, knowing about some stuff, has got to clear it. Won't win out the duel anyway. But yeah, prioritization of ultimate orbs amongst the initiators. Probably 2 of the biggest ultimates you can get. Even, I guess, maybe in lockdown as well, which are one-off. That's what's going to get you into these later rounds. That's what's going to buy you this comeback here. Obviously, Surrenderers close to some of their own, the showstopper, namely the one to come quickest. So we'll see how this goes. This could still go on a little bit longer between these 2 teams.
Yeah, again, it's exactly like you put it, though. It'll go on a little bit longer, but that doesn't necessarily mean it will result in a Meats victory. Need to show a lot more for us here. And I find it strange that Nose is fighting through B solo. Yeah, she's going to be able to get the ult orb, so they have this lockdown, but it should be a real priority for you here in unlocking the site. Splashy's made a mess of the showstopper, but they do have the site.
Look at Moshiru as well, trying to crunch this down, create a little bit of something else. The players though, fight through it towards CT. The fights have fell even, and Moshiru has been activated. No players coming through door, will deal with it. Can't quite deal with Stars though on the back side. Julie though will take that opportunity at the right time with Asterix. And we fall into a 2 versus 2.
Yeah, the spike still hasn't been planted, but these players are locked into the site. Finally, they win the duel, which brings an opening. Look at this quick flank from Jade. Really intelligent to just go for the full wrap and could be walking into both players very quickly. They have no idea. Asterix hasn't spotted and it's still reloading. There's a chance that they win it here and now, and they will. That is fantastic from Jade. 10 steps ahead of the game and 9 rounds in front. Surrenderers winning out 13-4.
I mean, there's so much to break down there. Why not just plant the site? You had the timing, you have the player numbers. I mean, I don't even know how to break down that last round, but to break down the full map, there's one thing and one thing only that's on my mind, Hazard. It's a Surrenderers win. They have been absolutely monumental so far in terms of their game plan, the way they executed it, and the way they just controlled the whole map on attack and also on defense.
Yeah, Jade, I take my hat off to you. That was a... Oh, actually, I should probably keep it on. I've still got the shower hair. No, that was just textbook, right?
Yes.
Like, we've seen quite a few people go for that kind of flanking play before. I think someone who did a brilliant job of it before was Twiston in VCT. It was that Vitality versus FUT game, I want to say, a while ago. I think it was one of the opening play days. That wraparound in like a 1vx situation when you don't have HP is so strong. And again, it just felt like she was absolutely schooling them in that respect. I love the Fade pick. I think it gave Elsie a lot more options attacking wise in terms of how she could be supported, finding out some of those angles, looking for the gaps. She took her timings brilliantly. We'd said she'd been hit or miss before, but again, Elsie doing a brilliant job at punishing some of those plays that we saw on the meat side of things. There was a world of difference between these two teams after that first map.
Yeah, I would definitely. I mean, we're comparing it to the Fnatic comp, and if anything, that was a real Leo performance coming through from Jade there. She played absolutely perfectly. But we've also got to play this one perfectly. We've got a quick break coming up because we've got to introduce Twiggy back to the analyst desk, and we'll break everything down from the first map and get ready for the second.
Well, it looked like it was going to be a back and forth Lotus to start things off here, but as the first half panned out, it rather revealed itself to be quite one-sided in the favor of Surrender, as Meats got steamrolled quicker than they could say whatever Cairo said before we started live here, which I'm not going to repeat on broadcast because it would make me uncomfortable as well as everybody at home. Don't worry, it wasn't that bad. That actually made it sound incredibly bad. It was absolutely fine. Anyway, are we going to see a repeat of yesterday's antics between Neon Blade and Beyblade Ninjas today, or do you think it's going to be even more one-sided here, Cairo?
This is what I'm now starting to wonder, because as we move on towards Haven, this is something that we have seen many times from Surrenderers in the past, and one which they've shown a really distinct game plan of how they want to play it. Elsie especially, like, really thrives on the jet here, so this is where I'm starting to get the kind of the red flashing lights with a there you go. That's my best warning noise.
That was really good.
And interpretation.
Good. I'm just going to let that hang for a moment. Can we just...
Yep. Moment of silence.
Cool. All right, great. You deserve that, Kyra. So you both highlighted LC and Jade as kind of the two players that you were looking at going here on Lotus, and I mean, two brilliant performances. I think even if not just insanely aggressive, well thought out, I think you know, some of that overextension was actually quite necessary, not just in terms of getting the kill counts that they did, but making the square footage for the team in terms of space that they did. Hazard, is that something you were thinking as well?
Yeah, no, I completely agree. I think the way in which they dictated the pace of the game and namely held on to map control was really important. If we want to give longevity to this series, now we've got to see a ridiculous turnaround from Meats, because not only are you going into Surrenderer's map pick, it's Haven. It's another really heavily demanding macro map. I don't think they're going to be able to get away with some of the stuff that they did on Lotus, like, you know, the A lobby control that they had, I think was really nice. A little detail to sort of hone in on for that was how LC like managed to remix what it was that they were doing there. Usually it's the deep hold more towards root, and then on the next round when they did it, she went for the wrap stairs instead through the upper position, back round the opposite way. So it just made it a little bit more difficult to read, but still she was getting the value out of those timings. Coming on to Haven, I don't think it's going to play exactly the same, but again, it's just another massive test for Meats, and I don't know that they're up to it.
Yeah, I mean, yesterday what we saw was that, you know, it took a second to warm up into the series for the team that got kind of stomped on the first map, but after a little bit generally getting into it, and I think that kind of effect is amplified considering these are morning games, not afternoon games. We know how esports players are, and yeah, I mean, is it a little bit of kind of that morning silliness from Meats, or is there a little bit of under preparation on their map pick? What is going on, do you think, Cairo?
I don't think it's under preparation, because there was a distinct game plan that we could see being executed, especially like the A lobby with the Omen every single time. I just felt like the opponent that they were playing against just felt a step ahead every single time, and when you have an IGL like Jade who can analyze and effectively, like, you've got to think, like, Jade was the IGL for Ascend, who were a top contending team at the highest level in Game Changers and EMEA. So that's another thing that you need to consider when you're kind of fighting with you're fighting against.
All right, guys, Haven up next, and it's Surrenderer's map pick. I'm going to get a quick prediction on how this series is going to go before we get going. Hazza, I'll go to you first. Clean 2-0, or are we going the distance?
Yep, it's a clean 2-0, in my opinion.
Okay.
I think the Surrenderers, if they can keep to what they were doing on the previous map, there shouldn't be a way for Meats back into this unless they can change things.
Cairo, same opinion or something else?
Yeah, I'm definitely going to have to go with Surrenderers for this one, unless Meats can prove to us that they deserve to win this map. I'm hoping that Splashy can be activated more on the op, Haven being that open map, so yeah, that's the one for me.
All right, Cairo and Hazza both think it is going to be a 2-0 to Surrenderers here. Time to find out if that is the case. We're going to Haven. Agent select time, take it away.
Thank you, Twiggy. Yeah, I think coming into this one, while what I said on the desk may sound a little bit harsh, you can probably say that Haven, chances are it'll go at least a bit better here for Meats. Not because the bar is set low, but while this map can be demanding, I think it's a little bit more puggy in the way that it plays. Yeah. Issue for them, they've chosen to start on the defense, even though they had the option of side here. So, interesting.
I mean, obviously the confidence is there, hoping that they can get the advantages on those defensive rounds, make the Surrenderers sweat. Obviously, we've talked about it before, Surrenderers have played a few times on Haven, and maybe there's some anti there, Hazza. Things to be thinking about, things not to be thinking about is this agent select, both teams going for mirror picks, and there's not many surprises here.
Yeah, I don't know if I'm feeling too confident in us seeing some form of anti set up by them. We know that these two teams have previously played each other on this map. It was in the upper quarterfinals, a 14-12 victory for Surrenderers in that one against Meats. So a much closer affair. And again, I think that you can get away with a whole lot more on Haven without having the greatest understanding of it. It's been in rotation ever since the beta. Teams have a decent understanding of what to do. And you can be a lot more straightforward with how you play those executes on the attacking side. However, However, that isn't an early advantage that Meats are going to have. It's an uphill battle. They've saved the best side for last. What can they get done here early from the defensive half?
So, questions that will have to be brought forward, and Meats, I'd say, because they're on the chopping block, Hazza, are the ones that need to answer them. It feels as if the narrative is very much against the defensive side. Hopefully that isn't the case, and hopefully we see Splashy get on the board, because I felt as if their impact wasn't really felt in that last map.
No, it didn't seem to. Again, both of these teams playing mirror compositions, and actually it is the same compositions that we have seen from them played before as well. I'm curious to see how this one is going to go. Jade's back on the breach, Elsie on the jet. Same player on the duelist, same on the initiator. Will we expect a similar result? To kick things off, Surrender is giving the respect to Meats on this pistol round, seeing if they're looking to pull any rabbits out the hat to kick us off.
I like this though. Like, so much patience. Droning out A lobby, seeing if there's anything that's going against them.
Just holding their nerve, right?
Yeah, I was going to say, it's almost like a stalemate, like both teams facing off against each other. Who rotates first?
Finally a move must be made though.
The timing.
Lambot watching B, seeing that A flank start to come in, and expect them to follow up on this. B conceded early, and while there is garage control here for Meats, they've lost both links pretty quickly. Elsie's managed to get the jump on them and very nearly finds a second kill.
But you can't defend from links, Hazza. Look where the spike's planted.
Yeah, they've gone for the wraparound and lost all of the mid players in that exchange. Surrender is down to a 4 versus 2, but it's Petite and Jade, the initiators, to get it done. And my God, they're up to the task. 3 kills between them. Now only 1 remains. It's Julie walking into the crossfire for Jade's 3rd. She licks her lips at the opportunity. Surrender is grinning ear to ear on this attacker's side. While they may have been down at the start of the round, they certainly weren't out of it.
Hazza, that's your rounds that should be finished out by Meats. Such an advantage, taking over now, taking nearly full control of the spike. Not only that, 2 players playing in close proximity, it should be easily traded within each other. And the fights are disastrous at the front of that site. Excellently played by both initiators there of Surrenderers. It can't be stated enough.
I think you have to give them loads of credit as to how they managed to flip the site.
Yes.
Repositioning backside, knowing they had that space to then challenge together when the flood came back in. Now the anti-eco Meets with nothing really to test them here. Couple sheriffs perhaps. Early orb, C-long control taken. Moshi continually waiting for this punish outside of A. But nothing shown just yet. Julie again creeping up. But it's a hard clear they've got to make, but one which you expect them to do.
With 5 players here, the best you're going to get is 1. And they get nothing either. So, free pick given up. And now the rest of the players storm their way onto A.
Nice short smoke. Splashy's going to be sat inside it. Recon to the site. He positions towards Graffiti. Can't even thread the first of the shots. Surrenderers, this is looking like a very clean anti-eco from them.
Yeah, they're just brawling as a team, Hazza, and well, everything that they hit seems to be hit with full force. That's a little bit worrying though, for the site hold. Nice Astra utility, but I mean the issue is we didn't get any updates off the back of it.
That is the biggest issue about all of this. Of course, Asterix even taking an additional kill, so looking at it here, Surrenderers have the decision to either play around the pre-existing rifles or dig deeper into their pockets. It's a mixture of both, a respectable one. We see Petite go for something extra, which means the majority of the players will be well stocked, and Stars and Jade more than capable of filling in the gaps. Meats needing to get on the board here, though. Getting pretty close in the previous couple, but close doesn't quite cut it when you're 1 game away from elimination.
I like this plan. You know, if one of your rifle players drops, you can easily just pick up what is on the floor. And already, the Rolling Thunder online. There seems to be an exploration, though, of a lobby from Meats.
Yeah, Meats have recognized pretty early on that Surrenderers don't like to challenge a lobby at the start of the round, but instead prefer to re-clear it late on. Splashy has used this initiative to take the space. The drone isn't going to clear it, but Dewey has been spotted, and with the Nebula put up, this isn't anything that they're trying to overly commit to.
The fact that they've posted up the Astra on C, though, C long though, says to me that this is going to be a C split. They're punting through the utility as well.
Yeah, they are prepared for it, right? Surrenderers not exactly shoehorned into making this execute, but they're going to bring it underway either way. Incredibly open plant from Jade as the Rolling Thunder comes through. 5v5 in the retake. Meats not having much of their utility baited out just yet, so should certainly pack a punch when the time arises.
I think Jade's worried about a flank, and that's why they're sent Stars out towards long, but the issue is there's still smokes up.
Elsie needed to be careful, nearly doing a disservice for Petite, baiting on the corner, still towards the green box and isn't going to get cleared. She can play the discipline. How many kills will she be able to rack up? Looks to be Moshi instead. The final blow coming in. A 3 versus 2, repositioning towards backside. The hand a little overplayed perhaps. DQ starting to come in, Jade getting the first, and the second followed up by both of the pistols. Upgrades on the ground and another board. Another round on the board. Nothing actually.
Another board. Well, it's another round for Surrenderers. I mean, everything about that post plan was excellent. The fact that the players on long were that late win condition, I was worried that if we seen Asterix being able to stay up for so long, like towards the end of that plant, they could have just smoked it, and that would have been an issue. Luckily for Surrenderers, you've got Moshi being able to hide at the back of the site. Elsie's been caught by the info dart.
I mean, look, well, Elsie is a good duelist player. 1 in 1,000, whatever you want to call her. She has been made into a literal unicorn there by the recon dart. Surrender is now 3 rounds to the good, like you say, and even just looking at a bit of the micro in that post plant while we have the time. Elsie baiting for the position of Petite backside so she could tuck into the stacked boxes. Brilliant work. Nearly oversold it a little bit and ended up getting her teammate killed, but to that end, Petite finds one and almost overplays the hand herself. Like, Surrenderers, these rounds, while they have been close, still potential for them to get even cleaner.
I love how Meeks are just getting cooked by Surrenderers just by making them wait. Like they're literally getting cooked by their own thoughts. Whereas the players are showing nothing in terms of information, and when they do, it's just fast, it's explosive. Although there's a couple of answers back here, and Splashy's picked up the rifles. Only 6 bullets though.
And we've seen 6 Vandal bullets. Not been enough before. This time, and now they will suffice. A single left in the chamber as the reload comes in. Splashy with a dash online to get out of harm's way, but Surrenderers will hunt you down in those kinds of situations. Jade for a 3rd, allowing the 4th, and a safe spike plant cleanly done when they hit troubled waters.
Now we've got some ultimates online to talk about. Obviously, the quickest of the bunch was the Rolling Thunder. Now the rest are starting to come online. 2 Cosmic Divides, 1 on either side. We've got the Hunter's Fury as well. And actually, namely, to note, the Rolling Thunder, which is already being used, is nearly back online for Jade. 8 and 1, 4 assists, spike plants and the like. Jade is having a game of it.
That she is. A series, in fact, as well, when you consider the previous result. Very early Cosmic Divide. Elsie taking the space given to her. Sitting in upper, and while the aftershock can delay, it won't be able to deny anything from happening at this point in time. Fury certainly can. Both tags on to Jade. Only her 2nd death so far in the 4 rounds played. Coming to the 5th. slight change of affairs and a change of direction. The spike's still not down, and a bit of a C pinch coming in from Moshi as well.
A nice trade, all in, 3 apiece now on either side. Spike can go down. The issue is there's still a flank to come through from Splashy.
Now Moshi has already repositioned to this end and pulls out of Astral Form just in time. Clean shots from the former Focus player. And it must be said, we've got to give her credit for just being such a consistent performer for them here on that controller. Really all you can ask for from a player in that role. Still has utility for them to fall back on when it comes to this spike plant. Recon will be revealing Ivor as well as the flank comes in. Cheeky backstab from Stars, dusts herself off as Surrenderers don't really break a sweat. I think that's the first round we've seen where they've had 3 players left. All the rest, it was, you know, only a couple.
Yeah. Again, Surrenderers just realising where they are. I mean, Moshi playing late through C long calls the team, right guys, head towards C. The fighting again, the trade, that micro aspect, the way that the players play between each other, the utility, etc. And realising, by the way, the smokes are offline, Asterix has been taken out, we can play from long, we can play this really long drawn out post plan. In the end it wasn't, but it seems like this execute is not going to be long drawn out either. They're straight onto the side, and LC picks up one. No, fighting through. This is brilliant.
It's the nose classic yet again. 2 more shots between the eyes from the Sheriff. Surrender is forced to concede this one. However, it's another 4 versus 2. We know that the rounds haven't exactly been the cleanest from Surrenderers so far on their attack. But Meat's much quicker on the uptake. They had mid-presence. They've forgiven A with the lockdown at the back of their minds. How are Surrenderers going to try and play this, though? Because they should be able to get on the A site and plant if they're quick enough.
Oh, they're one.
They should, but they've decided against it, actually. And I'm not too sure how this is going to pan out.
Neither. I mean, the alarm bot's here for information. It's the 2 initiators that were able to clutch it last time.
The alarm bot isn't in play because Nose is out of range, so they have been given a little bit of extra space. And Surrenderers, with this information, will know about the rotation as well. Time is aplenty. Surrenderers need not worry about the amount of seconds left on the clock. But in going through B instead of the main choke, they can set up for a bit more of an aggressive post plant. You've already got Petit in towards Heaven. They need to try and find an early advantage, being down at 4-2 though.
First contact taken through the drone, and a lot of util sim forward. Petit just delaying, and that's nearly the full belt of utility coming through from the Sova. Knows that there's more players there in towards CTG, playing from short. Petit's going to have to brawl their way out of Heaven. And Splashy using the blades. 1 versus 3, the players try to drop out of Heaven, but they'll drop Jade instead. It'll be an easy defuse and an easy round in the end for Meats.
Surrender has still made it difficult. I respect it from Meats to stack the C site and play for the retake when you have that much of an advantage. Again, with the lockdown available, that was always going to be the game plan, or an A retake. So the C stack works out for them nicely. You can even see some of the little ideas that Surrenderers are coming up with on the fly, though. Ping from Petit in Heaven, asking for the stun from Jade. It catches Splashy, but the alt fire on the blades will best her in that instance. But Meat's now on the board, more importantly than not. And they only really need a few more from this defender's side for it to be worthwhile.
Straight through the KG utility and C site evacuated. Looking for that lockdown. And perhaps Surrenderers have an idea. Rolling Thunder in towards CT perhaps.
They should know. It's a stun instead at the very least. Elsie wins the burst of the fight. Splashy in garage with a couple more. Elsie's trying to fight this ultimate. Dashes past the drone, but Julie picks it up. It's got to be Petit from long to finish things, and she'll be given these fights at the very least, but it's already a smoke to the defuse. Wins the first duel, Splashy takes their 4th, as Meats will pick up a 2nd.
Yeah, they're starting to close that gap to the 4 rounds minimum that we usually expect of the defense. Halfway there, in fact. And I've still got ultimates to use. Rolling Thunder, Cosmic Divide, still not being invested. These are big retake ultimates that Meeks will really need to use on their defense.
Yeah, Surrenderers haven't tried to complicate things. They're not playing these slow defaulty rounds and raising those question mark spaces like they used to be. You know what I mean? Meets are feeling pretty comfortable to either call in a rotate or be set up for a retake. And it's been a really good look for them in the last couple. Splashy with the dash. Do they choose to disrespect the Nebula? No. Both Jets will bide their time on the opposite end for now.
That smoke goes at the right time, and Splashy now needs to respect the position they're in with no dash, else he'll be quick on the trade.
Splashy will need to hard clear this corner and has Elsie jump straight at the opportunity and finds 2 kills. The third awaits her and she greets it with open arms. A site is open for business and Surrenderers should be winning this one pretty comfortably. Meets forced into a save.
I mean, what else is there to talk about? Elsie's just went huge. Understandably, Meets wanting to think about these rifles for the next round. If they wanted to make their way to the other side of the map, they would have to clear every single angle, especially with Petite hiding out on B main. And now you've got to start thinking about the next one. What's Meets' plan? I mean, that was 3 players on A long that lost that fight to 1 player.
Yeah, it was also the defender-sided smoke that they opted for on A long. Something that Meets had been doing a lot before was, you know, not necessarily taking those fights, but at least happy to clear the space with the Sova utility instead. Overlooking the bricks corner as close up as that is a huge mistake in my eyes, because it is an area in which you expect Surrenderers to be filling. Whether there's a player inside the smoke or close by it, Splashy has sold them short there. Still got credits to work with. And Surrenderers with a much more slow-paced round, just being picky about their opener, paying dividends once again.
Couple of pings for A lobby this time. As you had noted, Hazza, Surrenderers not typically looking to take A lobby early. This time they will, putting the pressure on. There's a setup from Meets this time.
Yeah, it's the attacker smoke coming in. 2nd round in a row. This time, Meets have a set play to deal with it. So really nicely done. Getting off on the right foot and opening proceedings by removing the antagonist of the previous. Elsie off the board, but Surrenderers still impact players and ultimates to work with.
Both Jets now off the board. And pressure still being put on towards B as Nose tries to step a bit too far forward. Punish for that. Spike now going down.
Yeah, had the turret, thinking about the right timing to take the peak. Julie fighting front sight and winning out.
Last player standing.
Gravity well keeps him in place. Petite surgical with the aim. Spike taken. Information known on the final player. Bringing this one into a post plant, and yeah, it is an open one at that as well. Making sure that Stars, once she's repositioned towards heaven, will have perfect visual on things as they pan out down below.
It's going to be a contact on towards the shots, Pazza.
Nice reposition from those. Fight that needs to be won, but it cannot be. Petite untouchable in round number 9. Surrenderers now with their advantage on the attacker's side. How much more can they find in the remaining couple? This round is the biggest so far, not just in the map, but the series, Cairo. If Meets lose here, you're looking at an 8th as a guaranteed and potentially even a 9th. You've not maximized the loss bonus just yet. It's defender's side on Haven. Another 9-3 would be disaster, and that's a bare minimum.
Yeah, I have to agree. I guess the saving grace, if we get to that point, would be the fact you're moving on to the attack side. A little bit more proactive this time from Meets as Splashy tries to take some mid space, but look at this, Surrenderers want to re-clear this.
Even when you think about how the defender's side is being played, we've only seen that defensive Astra smoke, you know, towards a short, for example, used one time in the 9 rounds we've seen. Come round number 10, it could be a change of pace. Splashy finds the opener, and this time, with one of the Jets falling, it's the other that has inflicted the damage and made a dent in the attacking half.
We've been here before though, Hazza. Surrender is very capable of fighting their way back in. Meats now need to play for the advantage. Let go of sights and now use the ultimates they've got. The Cosmic Divide, the Hunter's Fury. Sure, you've got to go up against Surrender's ultimates as well.
Yeah.
But, I mean, there's pieces to work with.
It's going to be the Hunter's Fury that you see here as well. I was going to say, you expect Nose to be playing that deep CT spawn position, but instead, Jade has let it rip and allowed Petit to move all the way up to Link. Surrenderers are going on the offensive, denying all the space. Petit's not even going to get cleared. They don't even realise that she's up this close, and she finds 2 kills from it. A third pending, a recon placed, and while she still sits within the belly of the beast, it is Meats that are getting eaten up instead.
Look at the amount of time that Petit's been able to waste there as well. Now you're back to 3 versus 3, and the Cosmic Divide is horrendous to try and get through.
All advantages lost. Moshi tucking to the hells underneath and trying to be a heathen of the Meat side. That's ridiculous from Julie. They go pound for pound, but they don't have enough in the round. Like you say, so much time wasted into that retake. It's already done. And Julie's fallen to make matters worse. Another weapon which cannot be kept coming into the next. They force onto it either way. Surrender is looking primed to have taken initiative here in the closing stages of our first half.
Yeah. It's simple stuff. It's like, you've got Petit into that position in A Link, and like they've wasted so much time, so therefore the utility in the post plan has just so much efficiency and buying that that extra delay.
I just don't get why Julie decided to rotate fully from A as well. It lost all of that link control that they really needed. I was expecting to see a Sovralt combined with a Breach Stun, which was available, by the way, because you saw it front B. Already quite the number of fights being taken. It is 2 disjointed faces in middle, however, which have gone punished and, you know, allowed Surrenderers to get this early advantage. Meats have gifted those duels.
I feel as if again, it's just a little bit of desperation coming through from Meats. They want to take the fights, they want to find these advantages, but every time they've done it as a team, it's usually worked out in an advantage.
I mean, Asterix looking left and right, trying to clear out the mid position. They know what the score is now. The game is up. Elsie is as well, up in heaven that is, and already in position to be flanking around the side. The stun comes in, which alludes to her aggression, and it follows up brilliantly once more. She turns from the flash and wins a third. Meats denied from finding as many rounds here. You'd expect Surrenderers to be on for double digits, because that'll have broken the bank and the balance of this one as well. Jade caps things off. This has been a stellar attacking-sided performance from them.
Everything is just multifaceted. Do you know what I feel like? I feel like Jade is like spinning a web, you know, and every single time Meats walk into it blindly. So many trap plays, so many just excellent, well thought out plans, and every time Meats just do not have an answer. Now at this point, you've got Hunter's Fury and Blaze to be matched on either side.
Yeah, and this looks like the first round, really, where Meats have a concrete game plan as to how they want to play both extremities. You've got a little bit of aggression on C with the angle held. Blades walking up to support Asterix finding the opener. And for A, it's passivity, but one which is supported by util. The recon and the fault line come through. A lobby is cleared, and now they have an early advantage, one without a trade.
The alarm bot's been broken as well, so there's a little bit of panic here from Nose.
It's stuff like this, though, that they needed to be bringing a whole lot earlier in the half. You gambled by picking the defender's side. You've got to show something for it, and a third would be the bare minimum.
Look Elsie just continuously looking to push the fights, push the engagements, and they have been on form. Hunter's Fury and trying to bring in. That's a tag, but can't quite finish off the kill.
But no kill. Elsie got aggressive, took the A link space. A lot given away by Meats. They've got to be careful coming into this retake that they can actually get the defuse stuck, because time is already starting to run down, and there's so much utility that Surrenderers can fight back in with. They don't maximize that advantage, however. The flash catches a couple, but Jade takes none down with her. Meats up to a third at long last, but is 3 enough?
That's the question on everybody's mind. It starts with the pistol. Being on the attacker's side, you can take a little bit more peace with the fact that you're on the better of the two. Although, and this is a big although, Surrenderers have a good defender side. We've already seen it once. We've seen it when they played up against, or when they played on stream last time. Got 6.5 as well, Hazza. So that shows you when you go to the rifle rounds, you're still not out of the woods.
I don't think we even really need to call into question the quality of Surrenderers on their defender's side. I think a lot of what you do there is that on-the-fly calling, which we saw them excel at from the attack. So cut and paste as far as I'm concerned. As well, if you want to talk of the trend of rounds we saw the last time these guys played each other on Haven, it was a 6-6 half both ways for that overtime. A real gap between the two on this occasion.
Nice shots from Petit already. The advantage in their part. And it's the breach that's gone as well. No more flashes, no more stuns.
Jade with a little passivity, sticking towards the backside of B, and with the pings in garage, she's ready to set up stars for this re-clear, establish a little bit more control. You can see on the radar too, Elsie would be that first point of contact, but it's a trap play that's not going to get hit. The A scale will continue. Meats increase the velocity and amplify their efforts to get that spike planted, which they should. Not unless Petit's getting a recon.
Wow.
No way, man! It's so simple, yet so effective.
That's all it is. That's the best part about Surrenders. It's always been simple, although here we go.
Ah, peak's taken. And perhaps Surrenderers caught with their hand in the candy jar for the first of time. Spike finally going down, but Star's taking 3 with her. A battle of the Killjoys. No's good for 1 more, and the turret in play has to be up close to the box and finished off. No's for 4, finding Meats exactly as much. They needed the pistol, and they deliver when called upon.
1 round at a time is exactly what Meats need to be focusing on here. 1 round at a time. The pistol was won. That was the most important round of the game so far for them. Now it's the anti-eco that's the most important, because they need to convert it, and convert it with healthy weapons. 2 bulldogs and a rifle have to all get through to the next round, Hazza. That's what I'm putting the most importance on here.
Splashy, one of those rifles. It's a game of capture the flag, as I like to call it, Cairo. Either team choosing a different half of the map from which to set up base and play from. Meets a slower effort towards A. Even here, Asterix playing on their lonesome will be happy in the knowledge that there isn't anyone in front, and her crosshair yet to be tested. Actually, with plenty more on the flank. No spots this. Should be a call to arms. A is free, guys. Let's go and get that spike planted.
That's exactly it. They should be taking more CT space as well with this plan, as the players are all flanking behind. Now they've got the contact. And a nice stun from Jade as well.
How are they setting up for this, though? Because they all just seem to be fighting by themselves. Look, give it to them. Splashy's found 3 and knows 1 more. They know about the last as well. Jade is very much expected from this position. Dancing with the devil on the edge of the turret, classic in hand. Good round from Meats, though. Yeah. They don't just run straight into A. They were expecting a stack. It's on the opposite side of the map. As soon as they get that information, they make the decisive call, and they win it cleanly.
Yeah, the engagements that won out in the end, yeah, it's just Nice in the nice in the way that they played it. I was worried though that the spike plan, if you look at it, Hazza, it wasn't towards CT. That's a nice pickup from Jade.
Yeah, and that's crazy. That is actually crazy, by the way. So Jade stuns and fights the first. I'm a little bit shell-shocked that no one has peaked with Eva there to actually help take that final fight. She wins it, sure, but we need to be a little bit more confident in that team play because it looked really good for Meats up until that point. You can even see what Jade is trying to do with her stun up, catch those players sluggishly footed, trying to make their escape from A, but you know, from where the plant was anyway, it was never going to catch them.
Yeah.
Into the bonus, those weapons have been kept like you said.
Yeah, exactly. Oh, majority of them. They've even forced into a rifle here, making the bonus as healthy as possible. And especially with taking that first frag of Elsie. Now the last remaining player on site, Petit, looking to be reinforced by Jade, needs to come up huge with at least one and without being traded.
Yeah, this one has piqued the interest of Jade to help with additional involvement. Petit on the re-clear, Sua's looking squeaky clean, and players in place to deal with what is now an empty A threat. Meats calling the rotation. Stars holding this one down through mid. She's lost her utility on B, so this does demand their attention.
You've also got to look at this, the little knife between the shoulder blades, just placed, not pressed just yet. The KJ holding outside of B. As
I said though, Moshi needs to be aware of this late play. Knows has been overlooked for the time being, and even the flank coming in from the A side hasn't checked mid yet, so could be the caveat to this which spells out a Meats 6th.
Nose has been activated and the rest of the players trying to play from long, but this is the flank activated again from Petit this time. Takes out the opposite number, but also supported by more players. Jade's there, can't quite get the picks. It's went Meats' way for just now, and now it's Jade left again in a 1vx.
She'll be looking for one more and then an escape route, but it's not going to happen. Splashy finishes things off, and the gap now reduced to 3 between the two teams. To correct myself earlier, it was a 7-5 half both ways when we saw overtime. Not 6-6, lent a slight advantage towards the attacker's side, as you would expect. Already, though, Meats in converting that bonus, looking on a steady course to be bringing this one back into the realms of possibility.
Floodgates now starting to open. You've got that horrendous eco cycle that was talked about a few times on broadcast, Hazza, for the Surrenderers.
It's not the first round where we really saw Surrenderers try and make the most of the flank and then end up getting punished. This time they go on the offensive, and oh my god, it's working out for them. It's a bloody mess in lobby. Elsie, the one with blood on her hands. Thrifty the round. A little stacked play. You look on the map, Stars was towards the opposite side. All it was, a turret top C and playing outside of Garage, willing that they would walk into the brute of the force of players, and that's exactly what happens. Meats take their finger off the pulse for just a moment, and you can feel the heartbeat of Surrenderers come back to life.
I feel as if there should be a lump in the throat of Meats after that round. That should have been a Meats round, Hazza. Well fought again by Surrenderers, the plan coming to life, and now Elsie on an op.
Again, testing the short peak, narrowly missing. Even knows this now, though. And in some ways, Surrenderers are getting exactly what they bargained for. Meats running into the setup, but Stars peeks in front of it, loses her life, and this gives a lot more comfortability back to the attack now with a minute left on the clock.
There should be more gaps opening up for Meats to manipulate. Oh, the Hunter's Fury invested, and that's good trading. Now back to 3 versus 3 now.
And the Nebula is up in sight, and backside still held on to. It's Jade that you've got to try and get past. The biggest of all hurdles, the raid boss in the server. Petit will join her, hand in hand. They lock it down. Ridiculous shots from Meats though. Asterix and Nose combining. Do they know about Elsie? The answer is yes. The reposition perfect, and this situation difficult to fall through their hands now.
Yeah, perfectly played, and the rotate for Elsie is going to be
Right
even
there.
longer than
30
that of
seconds
Meats.
left.
Planted towards CT. Oh, no, planted well open, apologies. So, I mean, there is a chance for the
Spike
op, but it
planted.
depends on the angles played.
No, it's not the op either. LC swapped to a Vandal. She is giving plenty of stock to what this round could provide for her. Open plant will expect the Heaven player. Has an updraft to greet them if she wanted to go for it. Seeing if she can get around the turret won't happen. First tap coming in, but can't be a stick. Meats know this. They will not gift any kind of a face from this position. Holds on to it, but should be holding on for dear life as Nose finishes them off quite easily. This isn't pre-patched Jet. There's no chance you're getting away with something like that.
Yeah, in the end, well played by the Meats team. And I was worried when I saw the trades start to come through from the Surrenderers side, the answer back. Jade being able to hide back there for so long when they tried to peek out. Unfortunately for them, there must have been just a shoulder seen through the side of the box. Nonetheless, Meats are now back alive. You know, the comeback is still on.
And again, like I said, this map, while it's a little bit more puggy in style, it seems like Meats have been reciprocating this challenge pretty well of playing the attacker's side. You know, we've seen a lot more slower, calculated rounds out of them. Even when they have the information, the post plants have been set up that much better than they were on Lotus. It's a serious 180 from what we saw in our opener. And to be honest, I couldn't be any happier for them because this is what we want to see.
Exactly. We want to see a nice even contest between the teams.
Okay. Moshi hears the thundering steps, a stampede of players. They've got to clear her. They will, but don't win the fight. A 1-for-1, the rotate called, Rolling Thunder available. You'd have to be a mad woman to invest it here, but they will. And Stars gets caught.
I can't believe it. The player's now delayed, and Jade just sending everything down. The Guardian, the head, they're being collected. One player left, it's Nose. It's another thrifty round for Surrenderers, lined up and collected. The gap's still at 4. Meats can't get an anti-eco over the line at the past 2 attempts.
Wow. Yeah, I mean, I said you'd have to be a mad woman, but Jade is heretical in that aspect. Commits the ult against her own damn teammate, follows it up with a flash and finds 3 kills. I don't know how she does it. But again, much like Claudia for Beyblade Ninjas, you're seeing her not only chip in with these kills, but the assists as well. It is all there, the full package for the Breach player. The young Scott finding more, but Splashy taking it all away. Meats preparing for an 8, but they've got to beat Petite if they want to get there.
Nice long control being taken up by Petite. Like you would on a main, you take main when sight's gone. Petite just worried about this though, because they know exactly their position.
Great prioritization. Utility condemns it. Meats aren't letting a player from Bricks unravel them this time. Stars cognizant of the mid control and these lurks which Nose has been playing to perfection, but nothing going this time. Elsie, what is she cooking up? The tailwind will conclude, and no fights taken up by the operator. It would be smart to save, but as we've seen before, Surrender is happy to be the one who goes against the grain. Not this time.
Yeah, Stars just now trying to make it as expensive as possible. Unfortunately, they get pulled back to site as they were trying to escape. You understand why the op is the gun that's been prioritised to be saved. Although...
Smart play. But, you know, you hesitated for a moment in thought that Elsie would be challenged, but Meats have money of their own, which they need to get comfortable with. They need to account for, sewing up the hole in their pockets as coins litter the streets of Haven. And yeah, both teams in a pretty difficult position right now. As long as Surrenderers can go 1-for-1, they'll take the map. But that defender's side, not quite out of the water at this point in time.
Look at how passive now Meats are playing this.
They have been for the last couple of rounds, right? They are so comfortable to just give that respect to A lobby early on, as were Surrenderers.
Surrenderers are squirming all across the map, and I mean a real prioritization towards B and mid.
Trying to make some kind of a re-clear into the courtyard. Jade the one to spearhead this effort, but they were not aware of it at all. Nose there for a follow-up, doesn't go traded. More players can begin to make their presence felt in window. Stars good for one, Nose on another. Knowing about Petite in the corner, she is as good as dead, and you would be lucky to get away with anything from there. Surrenderers with 2 players left yet again, but the deficit nowhere near as big as it was. Moshi has the whole right side of the map under her banner.
Just uncomfortable with the way that the fights were taken in mid, and that's a right hook if I've ever seen one.
30 seconds left.
Elsie again having to retake with this operator that realistically we've not really seen much value from yet.
Knows about the first of the players. Got to be concerned of what Splashy could be doing on that wraparound. Picks up the first, smoke dropped. Intentions not quite clear from Elsie just yet as to whether she wants in on this or not. Hasn't fully disengaged, but with both player positions in mind and a gun barrel spotted, she's going to give this a damn good go. Splashy gets halved, but not taken down. Only finishes 50% of the job. Meets up to a 9th now, back within 2, Cairo.
The pressure now starting to cook, and it's Meats cooking Surrenderers for the first time. Still got plenty to invest into this round, so we're not quite there yet. 11-10 if we get to that spot and Meats win this round. Surrenderers will be on an eco cycle, so I imagine that's when they'll win the round. But yeah, Elsie got the blades for this one. You've got rifles all across the board, plenty of money to get the util up. This is still a good round for the Surrenderers, and they're actually playing it aggressively.
Yeah, you can see exactly what the plan was. Nice little play, recon dart, collect, but the tuck is good enough to keep Splashy out of harm's way, and in fact, they will find the follow-up, a return onto Elsie after Moshi was able to get something done in lobby.
I think you'd trade the jet for the breach though, in terms of utility.
Yeah, for sure. It was a last gambit played early. But again, just once more, Surrenderers showing that they have this util, these set pieces. Petite would have known that lineup from Kase. Just all the inner workings of a good team.
It's not only that though, you look at this, Moshi has used up all the stars as well. You've got the Cosmic Divide as the retake, which makes complete sense why those stars are gone. So all that plan coming through, a very open plan. Meats now looking to play their post plan on site because they realise what they're having to do, but they're being forced off site, and that's where the Cosmic Divide will find its most efficiency.
Yeah, or specifically this lockdown, because they've been forced to take up angles which they really don't want. It's the Nano Swarm combo, but Meats are aware of it. They can shoot it out while both players are stunned. They're still going to struggle to face as long as this fight can be challenged, which it won't. Splashy finds 5. Meats come back alive. That is 10 rounds on the board for them now. Surrenderers sweating from this position. Yet to call a timeout, and it doesn't look like that's going to happen anytime soon.
Well, I mean, not only that, while you're on an eco and there is a hero rifle for Elsie here, you've also got to start looking at the ultimates. Of course, Jade close to that Rolling Thunder again, but most importantly, I mean, you've got already those ultimates activated for Meat, so if they really need to get the round over the line, or even the next, they're capable of doing so.
Early Nebula for Surrenderers outside of A lobby. Just setting up with that early presence. Elsie is sat there. They are ready for this B when it comes in, Cairo. We'll see it, I should say.
Definitely.
And all of that just takes a little bit of setup in the early round, right? Something which they're happy to engage with. Spike far from being committed. If Elsie catches a couple footsteps here, she might even be inclined to begin that timing for the flank early. I just think with seeing that star placed on the ground, though, backside, that's what's made Meats hesitate a little bit here. They're walking into Elsie, though.
And the other one with a rifle. This could be dangerous.
They should be aware of this. You need to clear it, and they won't. It is haphazard from Asterix. A couple more, and Elsie's plate, and the Cloudburst gives her enough time to reposition in for a third almost. Rotate more than underway. The cavalry will arrive to the site before it begins. Moshi calling in the Cosmic Divide as well, and Jade's tucked to the corner. This is so cheeky. Petite perhaps needs not the help.
10 seconds left.
10 seconds left. It's a 2 versus 2. The lockdown is here, but it can't bail you out of trouble. If Stars is on the case, which she is. A 1v1. A fight needs to be taken now, but it's lost. Nose wins it out. Meats up to 11.
We are all even between these two teams, and what a brawl to bring us to this point. Jade, after that last round, have pushed everything to the middle of the field. All the chips being used up. They're opening up their purse and they're not finding much left. That's why we're having to see a plan made up here. Meats have everything they need to push us towards the end of this map in terms of ultimates, Hazza. This is the last rifle v rifle round. As for next, Surrenderers will have to be using, imagine, the lesser weaponry.
Oh, they could have conceded the map here, Cairo, as well, from what was a 9-3 scoreline. Are we finally seeing it? Are we finally seeing a 9-3 reversal at the 5th consecutive map in a row on broadcast of asking for it? It would be ridiculous if we did.
Listen.
And that's why the tactical timeout comes through now. It's commendable for them to invest those ultimates, you must say, but when it doesn't pan out, it leaves a real gap in what you've got left to work with. Jade's still 2 from the Rolling Thunder, but whether we see it come up or not is a different question.
By the way, we've been asking in the pre-game for Splashy to step up to the plate as we didn't feel the impact on that last map.
Yep.
What a way to do it. 28 and 15.
I think she's looked so much better on this Jet as well than the Rays when played. I'm thinking of, Surrenderers games that they've had before, and like Meats Scent comp when they're running the Jet instead, I should say. Yeah, it just looks that much better for them, really. But here we have it. The 23rd of 24th, which is a guarantee at this point in time. Moshi first duel, and it is Splashy. Blind, but not dead. And in fact, Moshi goes for a little bit more than she should have. Asterix will know that, and so will Jade, because now it relies on her to defend the B site.
Oh, okay. Big fights there. I thought the players were going to line up for a second, but Elsie's there for the trade nonetheless. So Meats left scratching her head without a Sova and without an Astra, both on either side actually.
Not only that, she's got away with it as well and took the disengage when it was necessary, repositions short, and this is the spike. Eva is going to be walking straight into trouble, and trouble she is every single time. Elsie, another kill picked up. Jade in support, Nose with 2 more. And if I know anything about Nose, it's that they're capable in the clutch. Stars hasn't won out against them just yet, but has hit the site and found contact of the turret. There's only 13 seconds. You have to plant A, and it's got to be through short. Nose has got to win this, and they won't. Stars positions brilliantly on the angle to secure map point on their own pick, and for the series as well, at the very end of this one.
But Hazza, as we move into the last round, look at how many of those ready marks are on the ultimate section. 4 for Meats, and 3 of them are probably the biggest ultimates of the game. Cosmic Divide, Rolling Thunder, that of the Hunter's Fury. Obviously, all it could take is one Rolling Thunder to come back in from Jade, but I mean, all the pieces are there for Meats, and that's exactly why we're seeing them go fast.
Yeah, I would love to see them use this Hunter's Fury to clear out some of those backside angles, but they're not going to call it. They keep it for now. Rolling Thunder used as well. Cairo, they are burning through these ultimates. Nose has managed to find the gap yet again. Not spotted in mid on the long wraparound B. Stars has to play her life brilliantly. All she's got to do is give the time and space for the rest of the team to make this flank work. And Sova caught and Sova dead. Petite finishes off where Jade introduces herself yet again. Cosmic Divide flipped the opposite way. They still don't know about Stars until she finds the opener.
Oh, every player's been lit up as well. You know exactly where everybody is to finish this off.
Oh, this is brilliant. Surrenderers, they collapse on the site, push the distance from the advantage that they held. But advantage, not enough. Meets felt brilliantly back into the attack side of Haven, but still they end up losing 13-11.
We are yet to see a 9-3 curse on broadcast. Surrenderers keeping it that way with a swift, well, I say swift, a second map, not so swift, 2-0, finishing out that series. I don't know what else to say. It was a brilliant series played by both teams in the end, and I feel so sorry for Meats. Commiserations, they had a good game plan on Haven. They just couldn't get that final hurdle mantled.
Yeah, I can't help, again, but feel like Meats maybe blundered the veto a little bit in this one, similarly to what Neon Blade did yesterday, because they picked into Lotus as Neon Blade did Breeze, but it didn't look like a map of their choice. It's a demanding map, like we say again, whereas Haven, you can be a little bit more lax in how you play some of that macro, which I think they did a brilliant job at. They got punished quite a few times on their defender's side, trying to make plays, and maybe the playbook didn't run that deep, but when it came to the attack, they gave us a brilliant offering, and you have to give them all the credit that is due for that kind of performance. Not enough to beat Surrenderers, and still my favorite to be making it through the entirety of this lower bracket. We have one more best of 3 coming up, and it is Neon Blade, which they will face to take that place in the grand finals against Ninjas.
Yeah, and what an opponent to come up against. Neon Blade will have had that extra hour's sleep, but Haza, in terms of extra time, we're going to take a little bit extra time getting ready for the analyst desk, bring Twiggy back in, break everything down on that first series.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back to the Lioness Cup, brought to you by Women in Esports. Not just Women Esports, Women in Esports. Meets managed to pull together a much more convincing map there, to say the least. But it never really still... actually, no. You know what? I wrote here, it never still looked out of Surrenderer's hands. It kind of did at the end. Towards the end, I wouldn't say like out of their hands. It was slipping, like grains of sand. You know, it was going.
Yeah,
but, they still managed to stay in the lead, and so we do say a heart-wrenching goodbye to our 4th place squad in meets, but congratulations are in order for Surrenderers as they move into the lower finals to play against Neon Blade and get into the prize pool. So guys, I mean, walk me through that a little bit more, because while I was watching it, it was just back and forth and there was so much drama.
I feel as if it was like when we got to that second half, it was a game of hot potato. Like, do you want to win a round, and you're just kind of like chucking it back and forth, and then it started to like be a juggle session where the Surrenderers could actually keep a hold of the series. Eventually, the quality's shown, but I think like on the defensive side, which is the weaker of the two sides, Surrenderers did look a little bit vulnerable.
Yes, yeah, I do think that was the look.
What was the look for?
Farah's just noticed that we were just looking directly at him for a bit there. All good. I mean, yeah, no, it definitely was like that. The thing is, right, we can talk about the winners as much as we want, but obviously for meets there, that was an impressive performance. And I do think we should discuss what went right for them or what went different for them. Was it just down to the 228Ks from Splashy and Nose there, Hazard, or was the whole team just a little more coherent?
I think it's a mixture of two, because they look to play a little bit more coordinated, but I think the individuals definitely did make a difference, because they played two very different roles, and it reminds me a lot of what the Ninjas were able to do a really great job at with Super Frog and then Lisa, how you've got a Sentinel who's playing these late lurks. I think Nose alleviated a lot of the pressure in the mid-map for them there, and then in terms of aggression, yeah, Splashy was coming up with so many kills from aggressive positions, and even if, you know, she wasn't finding too many kills, most of the time she was at least going like 1 for 1, and I think that was job done as far as meets were concerned in getting site control. As well, they were just a lot more decisive in where they wanted to finish, and then the post plants looked good for it too.
Well, for sure. I'm glad we have been able to highlight something out of that one. Obviously, if it would have been 2 stomps in a row, it would have been a pretty heartbreaking way to go out. But there is a silver lining for meets. But now that we have done that, we can take a look at the stats from that game. Surrenderers versus meets there. And here is how that all stacked up. I mean, pretty impressive all around. There was no player that really underperformed, I wouldn't say, in any, quantifiable way on this one. Everybody looked pretty good out there, especially towards the end of that second map.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, I can't really bring, like, you can't really draw too much comparisons. Surrenderers, like, when you look at the stats, you'd expect them to be the winners. I guess the fact that Jade was able to get 21 assists over 2 maps, is really impressive. As for like on the meat side, you've got Nose and Splashy there who have really turned up on the kills department.
For sure. Has there anything you're drawing from this one that you might not have gotten from watching it?
Nothing too crazy other than Moshi just being really impactful still. You look at 23 assists, more than Jade was even able to chip in with in the end, which by itself felt like one of the main contributing factors to their success. But all of that comes through the smokes as well. I think it's so often that we see controller players rack up that many assists, because when people are trying to push your utility and you're doing a good job at splitting up those sight lines and making it easier, especially on the defender's side, something which Meets maybe didn't do as well. A standout performer for them, and even breaking even on 28 kills, not hitting 30 like some of her other teammates, it is more than good enough for the role.
I think that's
for sure. Point.
I was just like wanted to say like it's a great point to kind of show like Moshiru's impact.
Yeah, for sure. Well, I think it's about time that we crown an MVP from this game here, and as it has been in the Lioness Cup so far, it will continue. We are highlighting IGLs here today. It is Jade that takes away the MVP from that series, and well, what was it, 50-something kill involvements over the course of the whole series, but 36 in that second map individually. Absolutely insane performances there from Jade, and I think, obviously, the leaders of these teams really highlighting why, it's so important to have such a strong IGL, especially in open tournaments like this.
Yeah, Cairo's so Scottish that he ends up with Jade being MVP. Honestly,
I mean,
I didn't influence, by the way. It wasn't me who picked the MVP. It's just by stats. But yeah, I mean, honestly, like, really impressive. And the general, like, the impact that you don't see in terms of the plans that are made on the fly, or like the kind of general game plan, the macro as well. I guess like having like a better game knowledge, you can see that. But yeah, Jade had a massive impact in that series.
Yeah, for sure. I think this tournament would be very different if it wasn't all, well, obviously, if it was just down to having 5 of the best players getting kills all over the place and just, you know, having insane fraggers, it would be a completely different thing. But I think the fact that we're seeing this many IGLs highlighted as kind of the MVPs of these series really does go to show that a lot of the time it is the strats that are going to get you to the end point. Would you agree with me there, Hazza?
Yeah, I would fully agree with you. And I think to just add on to that point as well, something big that we see not just within Game Changers, but EMEA, is that there is this lack of quality IGLs at times. And we'd see a real shortage of these players getting developed and coming through. And then that point for Game Changers becomes even worse. I think what you really want to try and foster, especially with competitions like this, is that trickle down of information and experience that you're really able to provide to these young players, because you look at the player base as well, and it's like a bunch of these guys are literally just teenagers, and you're not going to have the same kind of reps that, you know, your players at the top of Game Changers like G2 Gerzen are, for example, having storied Counter-Strike careers. You need to try and make sure there's a sense of continuity and that information does get passed on. I'm liking having Jade at the helm of this Surrenderers team and really nurturing the players around her, you know, whether it is just calling something on the fly or setting up something in a round. There's so much that they can learn from an individual like her, and I think it bodes really well for, you know, the success of this team throughout the tournament.
For sure. Well, I think that's a brilliant message for us to end this segment of the show on. Surrenderers, after winning that game, will be taking on Neon Blade later on today. We're going to take a quick break. The players are going to take a quick break so that we can all get ready for this next game. I hope you will all join us for that next one. Hopefully some more people, as everybody will be waking up now. You know, actually, it's pretty... I didn't realize it's already 1 o'clock. The time does fly when you're having fun, does it not? Anyway, guys, we will see you in about an hour's time. I hope you join us there for that one. It's over for me. My mic was muted in VMix. It's over. You know what? Wrap it up. We're gone. That's it. It's over. You guys can take over from me. Never mind. Either way, I've completely lost my train of thought now.
Two down. I'm the only one yet to fold. I'm the only one on broadcast yet to fold. Come on.
It's
Listen,
over, man. It's over.
Listen, Twiggy,
So
we're gonna.
You know what?
Over the next 6 hours, we'll just continuously keep saying to Hazard to mute his VMix, so it gets ingrained in his brain, and then he does it.
That's a good idea. That's a good idea. Either way, everyone, let's keep you updated. I'm losing my train of thought so quickly here today. Surrenderers beat Dispatched of meets relatively. There was a little bit of a struggle in the second map, but in the first map it was very much one-sided. So I would say it's balanced out to a 1.5-sided game there. I don't know. And yeah, now they are going to be coming up against Neon Blade, who did give a bit of a challenge to Beyblade Ninjas. I mean, we've kind of been saying over this whole thing, Neon Blade, a bit of a dark horse. We don't expect them to get that far. They kept getting further and further. And now, honestly, we don't know what to expect from them. They have done incredibly well against what is the first seed in the tournament. So I'm expecting this to be a pretty difficult battle for both teams involved. Cairo, would you agree with me there?
Yeah, 100% I would agree with you. I think whenever you can push a top-seeded team, especially one which has gotten to the grand finals with ease like they have, I think Neon Blade have definitely pushed themselves up to those higher regards.
Yep, for sure. Hazza, any thoughts on this matchup coming up?
I'm really curious to see what the veto looks like, and I hope that Neon Blade can do themselves justice in that regard as well. There are quite a few issues that popped up yesterday that they'll look to have worked on. You've not had really much time to do it. This is a team in the form of Surrenderers, which I think you're capable of punishing, though. They're not quite at the level of Beyblade Ninjas that we saw yesterday. Yeah. This is the place to do it, and their only option to that extent.
Sure. While maybe Surrenderers aren't quite at the same level as Beyblade Ninjas in some regards, I do feel like they're a relatively similar team in terms of just their kind of composition, just in terms of kind of the way that they work. They have that strong IGL, they have the strong duelist, and it all kind of works together very well into that, I don't know, cohesive kind of ball of snowballing onto sites and getting stuff done. Very attacking-sided team, I think, as well, good at making space. Do you think that there are going to be parallels as with the game with Beyblade Ninjas up against Neon Blade? Maybe that kind of kryptonite effect, or do you think Neon Blade still have what it takes with those two strong duelists that they have to be able to dispatch of Surrenderers in the same kind of way that they weren't quite able to do with Beyblade Ninjas yesterday, Cairo?
I mean, I do wonder, if it's going to be too tall a task. You've also got to think, coming into this series that, generally, I think. Let me get an actually concise stream of thoughts. I think that the double duelist will pose a threat. I don't know how much will actually have been able to be worked on, but the difference is this is a known quantity. You've had a full series to sit and watch. If you were up early enough, Neon Blade should know what they're up against and should be able to work that veto accordingly.
For sure. Has there any thoughts on that one?
I think the double duelist yesterday, the way it planned out was far too simplistic and easy to read. A team like Surrenderers should be ready to punish that. For Scarlet as well, it's a different team environment, so she's perhaps not going to get the same kind of setup that she would on Rebels, for example. Of course, she's left the team now, but again, it's that quality of player, really. She's going to be relying on them to help set her up, and look, she delivered with the limited means that she had yesterday. But again, for me, it's just that bigger conversation, how exactly they're approaching the map, and again, this attacker's side. I think the attack is where a lot of these are going to be decided.
For sure. Okay, are we still looking at Scarlet and Elysian as the two kind of linchpins for Neon Blade? Obviously, Elysian having moved off the duelist role, but still being very effective in terms of the kill dynamic for the team. Do you think those are still the players we're going to be looking at here, or do you think it kind of shifts away from them a little bit when you come up against a team as strongly formed as Surrenderers in terms of, just being able to be cohesive, work together, make their way onto site in what is going to be a slightly more puggy game for them than maybe the last one they played against a team that has a substitute in there, Cairo?
I mean, that truly is the question. I don't think, like, I feel as if when we think back to Beyblade Ninjas and the way that they formed most of their like defenses and the plans, like there was a lot of like multifaceted ways of like attacking the opponent. I feel as if like Surrenderers are a little bit, I don't want to call them one-dimensional because that's not what they are, but it's a little bit more straightforward in a sense. It's just like macro-wise they're a lot stronger, and I think that should pose to be an easier threat to deal with for Neon Blade. But whether that truly is the case is another thing entirely.
Yep, and has anybody you're looking at?
Again, it's going to be Jade, not necessarily for her impact in the server, but sort of like in the voice comms as well. We have to be thinking about how she's been able to formulate plans on the fly, how it feels that Surrenderers are just this adaptable team that can take these timings, test the limits at points, and really make life difficult for Neon Blade, and I expect them to do so here.
For sure. Okay, well, let's remind ourselves that the team that does win this one, obviously, already these teams are, at the very least, third place. They've got themselves into the prize pool, £100 for third, £300 for second place. Can either of these teams really afford to look into the future and go, okay, what are we going to do against Beyblade Ninjas? Or do both of them really have to hard focus on this game? Because I do think, obviously, there is still that massive roadblock ahead. I do think these teams are exponentially more difficult as you go up, and we've kind of reached that point where everybody is going to be a challenge. Cairo, can they think about what they're going to do tomorrow? Or do they have to really pour everything into today and then hope that they get something out of tomorrow?
Yeah, 100%. Everything has to be pulled in today because you can't play the final today. You know, you can't start thinking. You can't let your attention start to drift. If it starts to, then like who knows? You could find yourself 4 or 5 rounds down and trying to claw your way back into a series.
For sure. Hazza, any thoughts on whether or not these teams can afford to kind of, really think about what they're going to do tomorrow?
I think, to be honest, you can't play any more than the game in front of you. For Surrenderers, maybe they're giving a half glance to Beyblade Ninjas in the rematch there that we already saw them win in a best of 1, but that's a best of 5. The veto's going to look completely different as well, and I think a big thing for these players is, while you do have a few experienced individuals, this is a big moment, and I said it in the quarterfinal, I'm going to say it again in the lower bracket final now as well. It's a test of character, and I think that they need to step up here.
Well, speaking of that veto, I think it is time to take a look at that one. I think we do have it available here to look at, and we do start with Sunset. Once again, no surprises here for either of these teams, I don't think.
No. I mean, I was sorry to cut in the Hazza, but no, I totally agree. Lotus makes sense for Surrenderers. They played well on it earlier. Neon Blade, they've used Sunset consistently through their vetoes. And as for Ascent, Neon Blade did look good on it. I don't think we've seen off the top of my head the Surrenderers actually play on Ascent.
Yeah, Hazza?
Yeah, no, this Sunset pick really interests me. They've played it twice already. It's Elysian back on the Reyna, which we didn't really see too much of yesterday, except for Breeze. I'm wondering what exactly it is that they've got cooked up here. It's got to pan out for them. You head into that second map of Lotus. If you're not prepared on it, like it didn't feel they were yesterday, Surrenderers can take this one pretty quickly.
For sure. Do we think Surrenderers banned out Breeze specifically because of anything that happened yesterday? Obviously, it wasn't looking insane from Neon Blade, but it doesn't look like they want to take advantage of the fact that Neon Blade looked a little bit underprepared there.
Yeah, listen, I think like Sunset got banned out immediately yesterday, and I think it totally makes sense that Breeze gets banned out today from them. Obviously, as you said, they got unfortunately embarrassed on it. And as for coming on to Sunset, if you can pick into what is your most favourite map, then why not?
Yep. Has there any more closing thoughts on that map or on any of the teams that we're seeing now?
I understand the Breeze ban. I don't think you want to go blind into a map like that, especially if you don't feel comfortable on it. We saw how, in flashes, Neon Blade were able to enable their individuals there. It's not something that I'd put down to chance. Sunset has made its way into the veto, though. It'll be nice to see that one on broadcast for the first time, taken until the penultimate game for us to get there. But again, for Neon Blade, what can you really do on your own map pick? I'm really excited to see what they have planned for us.
Yeah, for sure. It has been a full day since we last saw Neon Blade play. They looked brilliant yesterday. Let's see if they can surpass their own kind of peak and get this done today. Get another chance against Beyblade Ninjas because they really were so close to being able to take that series. I'm excited to see what they have been cooking in the past, well, not 24 hours, maybe about, what, 18 hours? We will see. It's upcoming. It's going to be Surrenderers versus Neon Blade here. Who can take it away? Who will be moving to the grand finals? Take it away, Hazard and Kai.
Oh, one more game to go, Cairo. One more best of 3 before we head into our grand finals on Sunday. And we are kicking things off with Sunset. The agent select graphic was suggested is split. That one not part of the veto here. We've got Lotus and then Ascent to finish. If we go that far, looking at the comps here immediately, double duelist again. Anything catching you off guard?
Nothing really, to be honest. Well, obviously, one thing that everybody will be looking towards is Reina, but this is something that Elysian and more so Neon Blade have been picking consistently, so that doesn't surprise me at all on that front, Hazza. Overall, though, in terms of how the comps have kind of came about, in theory, this is exactly what I thought we would be seeing from Sunset comps, Hazza.
Yeah, Cypher on both ends, I think, is important to note. You've got the Breaches being played by both as well. Jade back on a familiar role for her. And Petite, no more Sova left to be played. Fade, the preferred of the two here. It's going to be her job in tandem on the Initiator to help set up Elsie, and I think she's going to look really well supported on the Rays. In terms of what those individuals can provide for Neon Blade, we're just going to have to see. This is the same composition that they played in their 2 previous games. To get the scorelines up for you, 13-9 against alternate attacks, 13-3 against Scullies. 67% the baseline of their win rate from the attacking half, but the defense, where they're on right now, 3 better, 71.
Yeah, I mean, you're the stat man. What more can you see in terms of like the double duelist? We're asking for more in terms of like it being less simple in what's being put forward. As for how Arena and Raze combine, I do worry a little bit because it's not like, for instance, like Yoru or Jet and Reina. Like Reina doesn't have that movement speed, you know, or doesn't have the realistically key utility to set things up. Sure, you have the Leers, but I mean they're not well thought of across Valorant entirely.
Yeah, the Reina does feel like a bit of a placeholder in this composition. If it was the sole duelist and we had another Initiator, perhaps even another controller to enable a slower playstyle where you're looking for those picks through Elysian, it would have made sense. But here we go. First map of our final best of 3. Neon Blade have made a Cinderella run up until this point, but they still work to be done before they can board that carriage to the grand finals. Surrender is kicking things off on the attacker's side, beginning that move towards A, and it's an unguarded point of contact.
Shadows traveling.
Players quickly from Neon Blade getting towards, starting to drift towards the A. Age still that mid spot as players look to head their way on. Still feels tight on the board, but straight away traded out. Frags going through either side, but it still seems even. Although that's what before we see the players start to frag out. It's up to C now, up here on flat. And found out. Surrenderers finding that pistol round.
Nicely done, Moshi, offering a little bit of late mid presence as well to just pinch the player in plateau. While it was a decent setup that we saw from Neon Blade, you had Stargirl towards CT, finds a pick, gets out. It was space that they were happy to concede. Surrenderers just end up running through them in the end. And I'm starting to wonder whether that is going to be a sign of what's to come. You'd hope that it isn't, but coming into the anti-eco round, they are very much outgunned.
It's just a stall. I mean, right now, Surrenderers are waiting to see what Neon Blade want to do.
5 players in B main. They are walking up on this one. Stars has already spotted it out. There's a trap there and a Prowler to check market. Empty for the time being. The shells
destroyed.
Cobwebs on them. Shots coming in. And yeah, I think Surrenderers are happy to fight this together. They do win the duels. Only Scarlet left, but she does hit a couple, in fact, with the Sheriff before going down. Decent work to remove some of those rifles coming into the bonus.
Yeah, Well, now as he move into the bonus with 3 rifles on the side of Surrenderers, it's a beefy one at that.
That it is. A couple of sheriffs in the mix. An additional rifle bought up by Petit, I would believe to be the case. No pun intended. It is pronounced Casse after all. But yeah, pretty quick start to this one. But it's nice to see that Surrender is still sticking to their fundamentals, and these last couple of team fights have been coming out on top.
Immediately the door dropped. Obviously, Surrenderers destroy that out to put more pressure in towards the market player, and are continuing to go forward. Paranoia already burned through by the Neon Blade.
A set piece from Surrenderers to take this space. Paranoia of their own and a fault line. But this dark cover that's come in right now has really split the push. Moshi needs to find Scarlet in the corner, or at least Elysian put her out of harm's way. Scarlet and the double yet again, teeing up Elysian to find themselves involved as well. It's a 4 versus 2, and while they may be on the site, it is far out of their hands at this point in time. And look, Stargirl finding the final kill. That is it all said and done in round number 3.
I don't know why, but it just feels like a lot of those fights just seem to fall the way of Neon. Obviously, did follow Neon Blade, but like, you know what I mean? Like, it just didn't seem as if Surrenderers got that fair one-on-one entirely. It was 2 fighting 1 all the time. So with that being said, obviously utility not working out in their favour. Well played from Neon Blade, and now we move into rifle versus rifle.
I mean, yeah, if you continue to scale up in that kind of play, the rotate will come in, but the fact that Surrenderers didn't have any information on who it was they were facing, it is both of the duelists in the end. Scarlet sees a whole lot and gets plenty done with the showstopper. Jade already on death's door, and Moshi, the smoke's gone in the opening encounter.
Neon Blade really heavier towards this B site, and Surrenderers contact their way through. You've got Petit trying to draw some attention towards mid.
And CT control here is not fully established by Neon Blade. LC can get on the angle before Scarlet, and the util dump as well. Actually stacked up towards the right-hand corner, so an opportunity for her to face. Petit continually making her presence known in mid and walking away with a kill as well. It's a 4 versus 4, and from that point, Surrenderers continue to kick on.
Yes, invested that. Paint cells just wide of the mark. Fight's being staggered here, players peeking 1 at a time, and it's almost like whack-a-mole. Can you find who you're looking for? Well, Scarlet certainly can. Stacked back to 2 versus 2, make that 2 versus 1, and well, there you have it. 3-1 the scoreline, and Surrenderers continue on.
They break the buy of the defender's side. The stronger of the two statistically coming into this for Neon Blade. As I said before, 71% of those rounds they end up taking, albeit a small sample size, only 2 maps, but against teams like Alternate Attacks, who looked so well coordinated themselves. Interesting to see. I think we've got a little disconnect. The coach of Neon Blade, Ara Frost, not going to be around to watch over this one, so quick technical issue, but that can of course be resolved. Caro, in terms of what's going right for Neon Blade so far, any ideas?
I think, like, I don't know.
I have a couple, Scarlet and Elysian, right? It seems like whenever they're able to get fights on their own terms and conditions, they are winning them out. The question is for Neon Blade, how do you enhance that? How do you make that the case more often than not?
Yeah, well, I mean, with that being the case, surely you'd be playing through the initiative, say, like, just continuously attached to one of the duelists, but I don't think we've seen much of that, to be honest, has I?
I mean, we had Scarlet go down tiles early in the previous round, unlucky not to find the second kill onto Jade as well, actually, and from a 5 versus 3, you shouldn't be losing, but even with the early advantage, Neon Blade, when Surrenderers got towards A, it's the same stuff that they were doing yesterday, right? Just baiting out a plant, looking to try and find that first pick, bring yourself back into a more competent position. Things that Beyblade Ninjas were doing, rather, I should say, against Neon Blade, and ones that have proved to be effective time. Whoa! Back of the net. You see that? Swish, man. Swish.
I did see Mel try and do that on the Red Bull Campus Clutch stream, and
she missed.
He missed.
She missed. That's a shame. Jasmine don't miss.
Jazz does not miss.
Goalie.
She's the GOAT.
Indeed.
Yeah,
The word
and
GOAT
Los
is
Angeles
getting
as well.
thrown around quite a lot these days, Cairo. Especially by you, actually. So
By-
if you had to give me one player in Valorant that you think in the next 10 years could still be heralded as the GOAT, you can give me an answer for VCT, for Game Changers, anything, man. Hit me with it. I'm curious.
Derka.
You think Dirk is the one that stands the test of time?
I think this year will be the decider. If I'm being honest, whether like they still reach the heights, but like you've got to be honest. Like I know Dirka's heralded as this great like duelist and stuff like that, and let's be honest, like held well within high regard. But I don't feel as if Dirka's in the GOAT conversation enough, considering how long they've been on like the highest level of VCT. You know.
I'm happy to pick another Fnatic player myself, and you know there are some good options there. I was thinking, you know, maybe Leo at the moment is looking pretty good, Chronicle as well. But if you're thinking of a young player who has, you know, an extensive career ahead and one with flexibility as well, it has to be Alpha, because you've seen already his capability to be that flex player, shift onto a few different roles. I saw it as well, but I'm gonna just turn a blind eye to that right now. Whatever Surrenderers get up to in their free time is entirely up to them, and I think Jasmine thinks the same. Just keeping it out of view for now.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh God, the spray on the wall as well. Yeah.
It's like when you close the door when there's like the villain of a horror movie, and then you open it just to see if they've gone. And then they're still there.
Yeah, shut that mouth, man. Zip it, please. Oh, it was horrible.
I can't believe you've done this.
Yeah, poor. All right, I think that we have the coach back now. But there we go. Answers. Two Fnatic players. Just trying to think before we hop back in. Who else? Sadak, maybe. Oh, he's getting on though. No disrespect to him, but in a decade's time, is he still going to be at the mouse and keyboard?
True, but also being able to rebuild a Loud team after losing.
That is true. That is true. Doesn't make him the greatest of all time, though, I don't think. And,
true.
Well, you know, he could still be in that conversation for building future rosters. The Brazilian scene, still plenty youngsters of its own. Thinking about Les, Kaunzine, brimming with quality.
Yeah. And talking about this game specifically, though, Hazza, after the break of that Cypher cam, we're now seeing Neon Blade starting to react off the back of it. They're also worried about the mid space. That's why they're seeing them rotate through CT rather than going straight through mid.
They only need to keep half an eye on this mid control, though. They can be a little bit more comfortable in rotating A. You've taken all of the B main control in the cinema. You know, you've got the rotate coming in, there's a trap top mid and a cam towards market. I'm surprised that they've not called in the numbers a little bit sooner, because now it's going to go 5v5 with Coast.
Flash out!
Again, that was a nice paint shells, but no fights taken directly. A long drawn out retake. And with that being said, that's allowed Surrenderers just to get into the right spots at the right time.
Surrender is fighting left and right. You either walk into Scarlet or Elysian. Either way, it doesn't seem like a fair fight. Angel another. Stars spots the cross, but only 4 points of health and an Empress in her way. Elysian finding yet another kill, and Neon Blade after the break able to, you know, establish themselves on this defender's side.
Yeah, keeping things somewhat close, which is pretty nice. And in terms of the ultimates, I mean, I think Surrenderers probably have the better cut of it already. The Nightfall invested, which is a big one. Rolling Thunder soon to come online. I feel as if Surrenderers will have the better ultimates throughout the full game when we look what is actually available from the agent specifically, Hazza.
We'll have to see what Surrenderers can do here. Double up off those duelists again, just playing the tandem bike and pedaling in the same direction to get something done. Elysian is tucked in the corner, Petite blind firing, nearsighted by it all. Cage comes up to protect Moshi. It's on her own terms, she's not the one chained in. Instead it's Elysian unchained and unleashed on the site that mows down a couple. Little bit of control for Surrenderers here, but ultimately the pushback is just too much. Both of those players that took the B main fight at the start of the round are still alive and kicking, causing issues for Elsie, but the A plant does beckon her if she goes for it.
It's a scrappy affair as well, and they're rotating one in to get the early information. Elsie's trying to double back, come up with something, but look at that stack.
Yeah.
Is that Astralis?
Astralis is with 4 players, so I can tell you right now it's Neon Blade. It's a family photo, everyone's present. Unfortunately, Scarlet will be missing, but Elysian and the rest there to attend the funeral at least. And look, 3-3. Nice stabilization of the score early doors here for the defenders' side.
Exactly, yeah. I think like generally throughout this map, we'll probably see more even score lines, to be honest, through maybe like a 7-5 on either side as we start to see this map develop. Because we've not seen much of it, let's be honest. We're not in a competitive season.
Yeah, only off-season at this point in time, right? It's when you get into those regular international leagues that you start to see it built up a little bit more. You know, EDG have played it a few times, even the off-season event against C9.
Yep.
Quite a few people were critical of how Cloud9 play it. Very loose, just looking to try and take fights where they can. Scrappy stuff. And it's the same for Neon Blade. Scarlet involved in an early duel, but it is one that she can't muster up a win in. All duelist heroics left now to Elysian.
Taking our time, clearing everything out, which is going to allow Neon Blade to rotate in on time. Surrenders could easily cancel, go elsewhere, and already we're starting to see that with the Scalar Petite.
Yeah, Neon Blades have called these rotations a couple of times, but not actually challenged the site before the spike has been planted. Surrenderers, with all of this information in mind, try and fake out the push a little bit with Elsie and then take up positioning on B. Petite in a fantastic spot to be going for a backstab, or at the very least calling in these rotates so that Elsie has a bit more room of her own. She starts it up early. A third now on the round for her as Surrenderers are vying for their 4th and in a brilliant position to do so.
Yeah, but look at this. Say's going to rotate in towards CT where Petite just waits.
You never clear this. You would never clear this.
Unreal. Love the trigger discipline.
Against the garage and does the body work. Finishes them off, and Surrenderers take the lead for themselves. That was such a brilliantly played round by them. Instead of committing to the A play when you know Neon Blade have rotated, take a bit of time, find the gap and punish.
It's death by 1,000 cuts, Hazza. And that's why we're already seeing a timeout. And on top of that, I mean, you start to feel as if this map's a little bit more stop and start. We've had the kind of technical timeout. Now we're having an actual timeout. Could it be frustrating for the players just to get things going? Surrenderers feeling like they're not getting momentum at their back.
No. And again, in terms of Sunset, I don't know what we expect in terms of side biases.
Yeah, true.
I think it is sort of heavily dependent on play style. It feels a lot like Fracture in that respect. Of course, Fracture entirely a different beast, but probably the most 50-50 map in my mind, at least, in terms of how it's played. Lioness Cup as well poses its own issues. These are both mixed teams, while Neon Blade was the name of the roster that qualified from the 6th edition of Birds of Prey. The reason for that, I believe, was Adora. She sits on the bench.
Yeah, exactly. Surrender's also another mix. I can't remember who it was that was talking about it. I think it was on Twitter or something.
It's a bench for a different team as well. I'm pretty sure she's on Beyblade now, so I'm not sure where the continuation of that exactly came from.
Where are you?
Yeah.
But hey, here we are, right? If someone wants to dust off the tomes and feed us the lore, then I'm happy to digest as much as possible.
Scarlet,
yeah, a hard pill to swallow for Scarlet, though. She is the only one on this commonly pre-fired angle.
Worries me. What even worries me more is this might be dry. At least you get the paint shells to delay and they push up behind it, but again it's the same utility every single time from Surrenderers. They do not switch it up.
I would like Surrenderers to just take this space and then maybe slow the pace down a little bit. Instead, the team takes a solo fight. LC able to pick up the pieces a little bit, and in fact, it is a rallying response that we see. Preaching to the choir, Surrenderers find a few more kills. What's this though? Stargirl off a different hymn sheet with 2 kills of her own. Say trying to get one back, and it does fall in place for them. Moshi now 1 versus 3, and this round has slipped between their fingers when it didn't look like it had any possibility of doing so.
30 seconds left.
Moshi has found the first and spotted the second, but it's a third for Stargirl that will put Neon Blade back at equilibrium.
Fantastic, well fought, back and forth, a rally between the two teams. And again, the space in the ultimate's quite nice, but it is a big ultimate to win out that round. The Rolling Thunder used up.
Yeah, it feels like a weird one for me, though, for Surrenderers, because you've caused this A issue so many times. They've taken a lot of that neutral ground, pushed themselves up as far as elbow, and these are areas of the map which Neon Blade have not been competing. So there's a strong possibility that they can freeze, take a little bit more time, raise some of those questions for this defense, but instead they commit to it, and it doesn't quite happen for them this time. Pressure put on B.
Look again at how reserved Neon Blade want to play this. The Cypher and the Reyna holding on to market from CT, of all places, allowing space to be taken. You've got scaling Omen up on A, Moshi being that player.
Yeah, Karo, just to cut in, where exactly is that Cypher cam? Because I think it might be on part of the tower, some of the upholstery there. I'm not too sure. Matters not, the Cypher's player is gone. Elsie's found both B picks. It is a 5 versus 3 retake. Looking at what they've got here, Neon Blade, you have both of your duelists and an Empress committed, showstopper if you need it, but I don't know how much I fancy their chances of getting anything done here.
Nah, I don't either, and you've already got plans being made with a Paranoia. Petite hiding in mid. Here's the first fight. Scarlet winning that out convincingly at that without taking much damage. The players trying to fight back in. The utility being sent forward.
Spike is already halfway gone here though, Cairo, so what realistic chance do you actually have at taking the round? Sure, reduce the numbers all the way down to Jade, but there's still an objective to be played, and she's got utility out the wazoo to try and fight it. The sheriff shots have got a hit for her though, and they're wide of the mark. It's close, but not close enough. Neon Blade from a 3v5 retake have somehow made that happen.
True. I don't know how, and especially with that much time, but Surrenderers trying to do too much there, Hazard, than just hold on to the site. Petite, an easy one to pick up in mid. Just continuous 1 versus 1s or 1 versus 2s gifted to the Neon Blade players.
Yeah, we have just had the lore come in through chat. Say they are the only remaining player from the previous roster. It was Mizzy, Adora, Katana, and my cat actually. It was them, the person who delivered us the information. Oh. Much appreciated. But yeah, Surrenderers, that felt like a real blunder on the previous round. They'll need to try and atone for it here. Waltzing through the Paranoia. Petit has no idea. Taken down by Angel. A little bit of control for Neon Blade now. At least they have the numbers coming into this retake. Spike's got a cross to get planted as well.
This should be an easy hold as well. The Rolling Thunder, though, it's a nice investment. I like this play.
Okay, just giving up the info. They know that Moshi is orbiting position. Spike tapped, but fights again taken, and one out by Surrenderers. Back to a 2 versus 2. A level footing in this round in which Neon Blade can look to push themselves forwards. Elsie with the showstopper. It's wide of the mark. The body shot not there either. Fails to pull the trigger with a flash in the face, and it's Elysian to take Neon Blade up to a 6th.
But not only that though, Hazard, that's Neon Blade starting to really do damage to Surrender's economy, to their ultimate economy, to everything that they've got to put forward. Sure, you get the spike down for an extra bit of eco, but after a couple of calamitous fights in what should have been a sure-up Surrender's round, it's starting to fall to the wayside. Well, obviously, you can still invest into this one. But the next, big question marks.
Elysian now 12-5 on the Reyna. Something we were saying yesterday, she is, well, was up until Breeze unbeaten on this agent. If the trend continues here, that will remain the only loss when she is donning the Mexican agent.
Bring them down.
Again, saving itself in towards the market spot. This time nothing off. It's Scarlet actually playing a bit more aggressive.
Oh, again, Elsie on the blast pad. Goes high, but the shots are wide. Moshi's already made it out of the choke and is on quite a nice off angle here to punish anyone peeking that. Scarlet will find exactly that, but it's Elysian again with a crisp, clean shot that puts Petite through middle in a 1 versus 4. She finds the first, but there's plenty more to be found.
Who's the first to face? Because there's a few players thinking about it. The breach closest.
Feel as if you just have to give up the spike here, right? Let Petite play into you. It's Star got the next stop and stays low, walking around the edge of the market box. A shot through the information could flip the page and turn the script on what this looks like. Petite goes for the tap, wants the players to peek, and here's the steps. The utility confirms that. Needs a lineup, but it's not going to happen. Just too much asked of her in that kind of a position. A noble effort, but Neon Blade is 7th.
I was worried. We'd been there before. Has a flashbacks to Breeze. Neon Blade not wanting to give up the spike. But at the same time, they managed to wade through the murky waters, and now Surrenderers come back at them with quite an awkward buy to deal with. 2 Guardians, more importantly, the Spectre from Elsie blast packed in. You know, the Spectre probably a lot more forgiving when it comes to running and gunning and kind of taking players off guard.
I would probably preferred to have seen her on a judge these last couple of rounds if that was the play they were looking for. Here is the Nightfall, standard procedure, a take. Angel not spotted, but no Fowler to follow it up. Need to be aware of this position. Good for 2 before falling down. Trade there by Petite, but not a level standing at all.
Spike planted.
Just taking their time to come back in, just getting chipped away at. But look at the way they're standing. They're not really in a position to defend this spike.
Look at this from Surrender as the wraparound. Moshi good for 1 before dropping. They've managed to flip the site on its head. Stick coming in already though. That spike getting halved. Petite eventually brings Stargirl off it, but still, all of that will result in a 1 versus 2. And from this position, Elysian and Say have looked near untouchable. The trend continues while Stars will find a couple. Surrenderers up to a 4th, and that's all they can settle for from their attacking side.
Apologies, I thought the spike was actually planted more further towards the wall rather than actually open like it was, but at the same time, I still don't like that post plant. I felt as if there was little to no control over the angles that you're going to have to fight. You're peeking into the spike.
Yeah, I think Moshi really had the best position out of the 3 of the players there, right? You wrap around, you take platform control, but it was slightly closer towards that left wall, which made things more difficult. I mean, these are the finer details. You do have to consider that in the retakes, Neon Blades have looked fantastic.
Oh, 100%.
You look at the timeline, 4 defuses out of half the rounds that they were able to take.
100%. Now for their attack, though. How does the double duelist look? Elysian and Scarlet playing together. This is something what we saw in Breeze on the defensive side, not so much on the attack.
Trying to get a punish. Stargirl will lining them up, fight after fight. Petite puts an end to the madness. Only a singular casualty for either team. A little bit of A control restored. Neon Blade looking to scale things up with this B hit.
Cage trigger tripwire destroyed.
Nice fight back in with the paranoia. The players just stalled out. Angel all on an island and, well, still able to win it out.
Last player
Thanks from
standing.
Jade, and the unfortunate thing is there's plenty of players there to support. Now it's just Petit and CT are all moving towards market now.
And a 1 versus 3. She has tried to turn things around from a similar position before, but the result all too familiar. Neon Blade up to a 9th now. 4 rounds away from taking their own map pick, and in quite the style as well, Cairo, may I add. We know it to have been a strong suit for them. The fact that Surrender has led it in the veto, you know, it's excusable considering the sort of lack of preference towards Breeze, I guess you could say, but Neon Blade do look pretty prepared in how they've been approaching this.
Cover going out.
As the contact down mid, and Moshi's been able to hide behind the wall. There's nothing really to clear this either.
Moshi needs to get value, finds the first clean headshot. Jade here as well, stun just about catching, even more that she's able to find from this position. Spike has a path to A now that we've seen the overextension on the right side of the map, but Say doesn't feel completely confident in this knowledge. They're still lingering towards tiles. The footsteps are going to be heard, the rotation already called. Jade can meet them before the site cross happens, but allowed safe passage through the cyber cage.
With guns picked up, how does these fights look? You've got the belt of utility from Breach, but already starting to dwindle.
Brilliant counter flash. Moshi not quite taking the opening. Now the Spectres come into their element. An opportunity for them to cut through the opponents. A 2 versus 2. Neither player committing to the stick. Jade wants the fight because she's got blood on her hands and she's winning them all. Breach v Breach. The aftershock can keep this one a little longer. Second tap coming through, but Say not biting it. They've looked great in the clutch so far, and on low HP, it's only going to take the most minuscule amount of damage to finish off Jade. A weary effort from her to find 4, but Surrenderers denied a 5th.
Yeah, and on top of that, Hazard, Surrenderers prove their weight in gold when it comes to pistol rounds or anti-ecos. Been able to come up with on-the-fly trap plays. Now Neon Blade only really have a hero rifle to begin their bonus round. Surrenderers should be able to see this one by, but I mean, if there's anything to go off these past couple of rounds, it will be an issue for Surrenderers.
Yeah, Neon Blade definitely feeling the effects of the last one. Surrenderers make a dent. Might want to head over towards Defender Spawn to get that one buffed out. And the garage is there. And hey, with planet Earth under threat, maybe there are bigger things to be concerned about.
Ivy's pretty much taken for free. I've seen already Surrenderers though beginning to wrap round. Elsie being primarily that player.
Yeah, look, they give up Elbow, but they take Ivy, like you say, and Elsie walking forward, gonna find Say completely unprepared. Again, the spike carrier. That matters not. You don't need the spike. Absolutely useless with it. Surrenderers destroy Neon Blade on the execute. Yeah, there was a difference in terms of weaponry there. The semi-automatic rifle's doing a much better job, but hey, got to be causing a few more problems there, I think.
It's not even that though, Hazard. Like the players from Neon Blade, like fair enough, you've got like 1 or 2 flashes, but I didn't see enough to kind of dissuade anyone from holding the smoke, and the players just walked out. You know, you've also got Elsie causing issues in the background.
Yeah.
Again, this is.
Yeah, it's like both teams just knowing when to take elbow control and then to hold on to it and not just go straight into an execute.
I was gonna say, I mean, it's more like worrying signs from Neon Blade again about not being able to come up with concrete plans or sticking too much to it too rigidly and ending up costing their own round, you know?
Yeah, Surrenderers here. 5v5, Elsie wanting to make her presence felt and leaves a mark which cannot be removed for this round on Stargirl. Elysian top mid, but there's a crossfire here. She really shouldn't be able to break between the lines. Surrenderers are giving her the time of day, though, and it's a bit of damage dealt, which she'll get away with.
Big bit of retake utility going from the Fade. I guess that the other issue is you've got rid of the Cypher from Neon Blade, so this flank is open if Surrenderers want to go for it, but that's a big if.
I find it crazy that this is even a 4 versus 4. Elysian using the Leer to get away from things. There are 2 trapwires here, neither of them broken by the blast packs. Moxie finding 2, and in fact it's a 3rd before all is said and done. The utility finding at least one of those frags, and Surrenderers doing brilliant on the cleanup job.
I think as well, all in all, Hazza, when we start to think about how Split works out, Split, oh my god, that was my point loaded up, but Sunset works out, it can very much be drawing similarities to that of Split, the way that you work through mid by playing it passively, or fighting like directly for it, you know, or you're directly onto site.
Yeah. Similar setup, rinse and repeat from Stars. Neon Blade not happy to simply wash their hands with the previous affair. They want in on this again. Nice use of the aftershock. It breaks both. Cam's still up, and we'll have the information that nobody's pushed the site just yet, but Neon Blade at least finding a remedy for what this B defense looks like.
Petit's going to set by themselves. They're up against 2. Deals with it perfectly though. So with that being said, that's your trips offline, your control of this A main, and now where is the Fade gone?
Where are you?
Back into the site where Neon Blade have to stick their neck out if they want to try and take another duel. 2 players already bested. Sure, 3rd time lucky, but
We'll catch them.
even then would be a 4 versus 3. Surrenderers with a succinct advantage. Nightfall spots 1. Angel already so far up. Jade should punish, as she will. 4 versus 2 instead is the situation which Neon Blade have.
The time are getting more and more, and now utility just being sent forward. You can't even get a chance to pick up the spike. Surrenderers brush it aside, brush Neon Blade aside, 10-7. And this defender's side march doesn't seem to be stopped, although that was a Nightfall invested. And we've got to keep an eye on these ultimates as the Rolling Thunder has just come online for Neon Blade.
Yeah, last 2 gun rounds, both in favour of Surrenderers, however. The previous, of course, being an eco. Bonus in the mix as well. Whichever way you flip it, though, they've built up some serious reserve credit for these final few rounds of the half. A way to go if they want to take their opponent's pick, but putting them close and pitting it all against them. Mid control for Neon Blade, but again, Surrenderers happy to concede this and rotate in when necessary. It's Petit and Elsie to pick up the slack.
This is going to be a dangerous crossfire.
Elsie's left as well. It's down to Jade. They only have players on the right-hand side. Sure, the dark cover is up towards the gelato end of things. Jade actually commits it, and Petit manages to hit the shot.
It's not only that though, you'll be happy with that. Now you can just play for the retake. It's not a bad investment in the ultimate.
Elsie's on the angle as well. She has chimed in with a kill. Jade another. Neon Blade a little directionless in this one. Stuck in mid, nowhere to go. Stargirl can punch her way out of trouble, but only lands a single blow before hitting the canvas. Surrenderers on 8 now, and Neon Blade cannot respond to the next. They're playing to deny a 10th here.
That is actually a really big statement to make, because they are trying to play here to deny a 10th. Bucky's,
I think they've gone all in. This is crazy. I did not think that they were going to be buying here, but they are. Bit of a half investment in the end. They do call back on it.
I mean,
we love the ins and outs, the quirks of the Valorant buy menu.
Yeah. No, it is awkward. This could be good, but for Scarlet, but Moshi is just completely holding us down by themselves, making it look easy. They might get caught off guard here, but somehow still escape. The rest of the players come in, the supporting cast put their name on the list. 10-9. I mean, they're not even getting near the site.
Yeah, I mean, look, that's not really so problematic. There are weapons now for Neon Blade, but Ari Frost had obviously seen something they didn't like because the tactical timeout has been invested. The second of this map, but the first of the half, keeping it balanced. I think their involvement in the coach slot has to be one of the things that you can commend for the team making it this far in the competition. How much further can you go, though? Do you fall down here in the lowers, or is there a grand final on the cards? We'll have to see. Double digits at the very least, and 5 ultimates to go with that, Cairo. Not too sure how you see the game plan here for Neon Blades.
I think the worrying thing for me about Neon Blade is that they've been letting they've not been using their ultimates, so they're letting Surrenderers catch up to their eco cycle, if that makes sense. So Neon Blade have theirs online, Surrenderers have used theirs, so so rather than being like, right, let's use ours now, they're allowing Surrenderers to catch up to their eco and their ultimate economy, which is never great, especially when you look towards like that showstopper that Elsie has. Petite maybe a little bit further away with that Nightfall.
Yeah,
so yeah, it's wherever the penny lands.
It's getting close to it, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. I think Surrenderers have been pretty sparse with what they've used, but it has come to great effect. Elsie looking for a bit more. Goes tighter on the angle. Unable to find either player. Uncovering the first, Elysian. It's a trap here, and she might just be looking for a player to light up orange before she fires through this smoke.
I like this though, look at this. Neon Blade have realised about the Omen TPing behind and have cut it out immediately. No more smokes for Neon, or for Surrenderers, certainly more for Neon Blade. This is a big neuro theft as well.
Not only that, they react with it from the shadows of their own. Angel is on this side for team. Just runs it down. Smacks her across the face with a gun barrel. I don't know how she gets away with it, but it works. 3 versus 2. Elysian needs to cross to the side. Not quite caught by the utility, but into the waiting arms of Petite, and Jade will finish off by shattering her mirror pick and shattering the balance. We're at a deadlock, you know, for what it's worth, 10 apiece, but very much shaping up towards Surrenderers taking the lead for themselves.
Close to it, but I have a big but. I can't believe I just
Thanks
said
for letting us know.
No.
Anyway, back to the game.
No, listen. Neon Blade have 2 big round potential winning ultimates, that being the Rolling Thunder and that being the Showstopper. It isn't all done yet. Nice, fair enough, there was 3 ultimates invested in the last one, but let's be honest, they're not round winning ones. Now we need to see the big ones pulled out.
Yeah, again, and here it's a force into this round as well. Neon Blade buying up to deny an overtime scenario guaranteed by Surrenderers. Showstopper connects. Deep crossfire towards Spawn. Cage coming in to deny anyone further back from helping out. But that kind of help is helpless right now. Surrenderers down to a couple players of their own. Elsie's got 2, just on the lip of the jump. I don't know how she's connected it, but it's worked out, giving Jade half a chance, and it's one which she takes with both arms. What a transfer to find an 11th, and what a round to break the back of Neon Blade.
That's not just winning the round, breaking the economy, or even taking the lead. Rolling Thunder and Showstopper, everything invested from Neon Blade, and Jade just gambles right. I can't believe it. Surrenderers should not have come close. It should have been done. The Showstopper finding 2. Jade spraying down 2. How is that being allowed?
7 rounds in a row, Cairo. And for what it's worth, it feels like Neon Blade have thrown away advantages in plenty of those. last couple rounds, I'm thinking, for example, they had the numbers, they had the space, the positioning, even the previous, a post plant. As the HUD lights up, they'll know Petit's taken this orb, looking to force the B issue. Got to beat the site anchor first though, and Moshi has rotated it to help out.
Ooh, okay. Might not be as convincing as what we first thought. Advantage for Neon Blade. The sad reality is many a times Neon Blade have allowed themselves to lose this advantage.
This time though, a 4 versus 2. While Jade and LC were able to do it on the previous occasion. There's a spy cam set up, an early trap, and 3 players towards main with a late flank coming in. So no real chance that Surrenderers should be able to take this. Got to win out those fights yet again. A full blind, but LC doesn't commit to the peak. Can't capitalize or profit from it. Jade seeing if she can get away with a gun or a kill perhaps, but neither will come for her.
Keeping things even, keeping things at arm's length. I guess it's not even arm's length, it's right beside each other, but it's a sprint race to the end. 2 rounds, guaranteed maximum regulation played. And both teams will have a full buy on that, but the only thing, the differentiation between the two, Hazard, is the ultimates once again. And I have to highlight that because Jade is 1 away from a Rolling Thunder.
Oh, look at this, the set piece to kick it off. LC nearly caught in a nade on the opposite way. Scarlet trades utility with her. An agreement, a quick shake of the hands.
Yeah,
but in that encounter, Surrenderers have taken mid for themselves.
And on top of that, they've got the Rolling Thunder online. So now they can play for retake, and that's why they're holding on to mid.
Perfect. Angel by herself. Smokes towards top mid. Should be several crosshairs trained on the tiles position, and certainly after the Prowler confirms those suspicions. Second one sent out. Not exactly sparing for utility usage there, Petit. And probably a bit unfortunate for it as well, because going towards B, there are players that lay in front that you need to deal with.
Somehow Angels escaped though, which has allowed the rest of the players to bust on towards B. They know that mid's clear, so that's one thing that they do have less to think about.
Big flank coming in as well. Stars finding the first of those kills. Rolling Thunder to market. Moshi with a bit more. Jade capitalizing. Everything coming into play for Surrenderers. They set this round up from minute 1. And as it comes to a close and that spike timer ticks down to a defuse, it will be 12.
No disrespect intended, Hazard, but I think that's the difference between Surrenderers. There's a plan A, a plan B and a plan C, and every single time plan A is usually the one that works out.
They set themselves up right. They've got an end game to it. It's like, okay, we have this many rounds left. We need to try and create something here. Let's force a mid-issue and set up for a retake. They do it, it works. You can't knock it. Neon Blade, however, and on a lot of these attacking rounds, struggled to get it over the line. Even think of the map that they won yesterday on a set against Beyblade Ninjas.
A lot of pressure pushed towards market. A lot of utility used as well, and not much from the side of Surrenderers.
Mid conceded this time around after the initial affair. Shots traded by Jade. Elsie can just hang on to this. Petit will come in support of the site and take down Angel on the TP of the cross. Shot through the Prowler into the open jaws. Shot between the legs. A panna on Yana. Elsie seeing what she can get done, but quite simply only has to survive in this position, which the rest of the team are. Stargirl with a couple of kills, needs 2 more, won't be enough. Surrenderers push the distance, but they can recover from being 4 rounds down on the half. They win this first map of Sunset, 13-11.
This is a disaster for Neon Blade in the end, Hazard. Surrenderers pushing their way towards the end, and let's be honest, this is Neon Blade's pick. This is like 100% them, you know? And Sunset a kind of off pick, one to take the opponents off guard, and Surrenderers are well aware, well prepared, and well played.
100%. It was just a brilliant recovery from them, especially with losing the pistol round as well. I said a difference of 4 rounds on the half at the end there, but it was a gap of 6 at one point in time. It was 10-4, and out of those remaining 9 rounds played, or 10 rounds played in the end, I should say, as we go to the real distance of what regulation had for us, Neon Blade only find 1. Which is crazy. They should, I feel for a map that you've picked into again, there should just be a level more preparation in what your attacking side looks like. We can give them the benefit of the doubt of having this sub in the form of Scarlet every day of the week, but even to that point, you look at the composition that they were playing when it was Ori here as well. It was still double duelist, it was still the same set of agents, nobody has been shifted off role. Well, I mean, they have done because Ori's the Sentinel, but the fact of the matter is, I just don't know what went wrong. It didn't look like they had a plan B, like you put it, and even to that extent, when they had advantages, they threw them away.
Not only that, though, I feel really negative towards Neon Blade, and I truly don't mean it, but you're moving on to Lotus, a map which yesterday you didn't impress on, and I mean with 24 hours or less than 24 hours to kind of reset and change things about. I mean, how much can you actually get done? I mean, most of the players would have went to bed, woken up, and kind of got prepared and warming up. I don't think there'd be much in terms of revision done from last night.
No, I don't expect that there would have been. If there was something you were going to focus on, I think it would have to have been Lotus, or at least identify what those issues are without directly addressing them in the form of, you know, a warm-up game or a scrim or something along those lines. But yeah, I can't help but feel worried for them coming into this second map.
Well, the second map is coming right up. We are going to have the analyst desk first glow as we get Twiggy ready and prepared. We'll get him unfrozen and we'll get onto that analyst desk in about 2 minutes.
Hello, everybody. Sorry, I'm still reeling a little bit from the spray transfer from Jade there. That was you could give me 100 training scenarios of that, and my Vandal wouldn't be able to do that. That's not a single time, not a single time. Either way, the new look from Neon Blade tried Breeze as their first pick yesterday, and it didn't work out for them whatsoever. 13-3 against Beyblade Ninjas. They've tried Sunset today, and it's still what they're gonna have to consider a disappointing start to the series. And what is going wrong for them here? I mean, there is that's got to be a mental block now that you're going to have to try and get over going into map 2, because losing in that fashion on, again, your map pick, it's the second time you've tried a different map, still not worked out for you, and it should be, seeding-wise, against an easier team. Cairo, what is the route back to victory here?
What is the route back to victory? I mean, listen, the tale from the last map was one that was foreboding and one that had a lot of negativity around it, one that should have been won. As for Lotus, you're coming in fresh, let's reset. I think that's the biggest word here, and the keyword, reset. You can't think about the last map, it's all on Lotus to get it over the line, and hey, let's be honest, Neon Blade have done it before, so they have all the tools to do it. The only issue that I have, and we said it before we signed off that last map, is that last night it just wasn't convincing on Lotus.
Yeah, for sure. Hazza, you got any thoughts here? Some expert analysis, some expert insight onto how they can get out of this rut?
I mean, once more, those individuals have proved to be so valuable for Neon Blade. Yeah. Scarlet had a great game. Elysian had a great game as well. But something's got to give. Do you know what I mean? And I think that when you consider that Surrenderers come into that map with it, maybe just about testing the edge of what their map pool looks like as a mix, for goodness sake, it felt like they had more set strats and set pieces, which makes absolutely no sense. Just having utility combos that they want to try and play through, setting things up, even if it's a call that you make 20 seconds before the round start, they were bringing some of those ideas together, whereas Neon Blade completely neglected it. It was simply a case of, are we looking to fight this area of the map? Are we looking to fight that area of the map? And then, if we win the fights, we win the fights. That's simply as much thought as was put into it, at least in my mind. Yeah, you've got the pairing of the double duelist, but I feel like they could have been supported so much better.
For sure. I mean, this is the first time that Surrenderers have been significantly down in the round count today. Not just significantly, almost, game-endingly down in the round count today. And I think, in my eyes, the true test of a team's skill, or at least of their mettle, is their ability to pick themselves back up, pull themselves back up from the bootstraps, as you would say, Cairo. And, I mean, push back at a team that are keeping them down. Yep. Do you think that is a big part of what they're able to do here? I think that is... Well, do you think that is a quality that is going to make a grand finalist team, first of all?
I think that's exactly Twiggy. I think I've named it perfectly. Honestly, that is no, but it's a quality.
Apart from the Scottish accent.
Yeah,
that's the only reason why he agrees, because you put a Scottish accent.
Because he can understand me finally.
No, it's not. Listen, I was going to say something. I won't say it, but what I was going to say,
please,
that the qualities of a championship winning team, of a team that can fight back from the perils of defeat, it's something that's across all sports. Though I'm thinking towards football, etc. as well. Teams that can score these last minute goals to win games and get 3 points on the board, etc. This is what makes a championship winning team. Not saying that Surrenderers are now going to go on and win it all, but I certainly think they're putting the best foot forward first with winning the first map, bringing it back against Neon Blade. And the question is, there's a 5-minute break between maps, maybe a little bit more depending on that. How do you get a map like Sunset out of your head?
Yeah, for sure. Has there any thoughts on how far they can take it? I mean, take a look at Neon Blade. They pushed Beyblade Ninjas to the brink. What do you think Surrenderers could do if they did make it to that grand finals?
I'm not too sure about commenting on Surrenderers in the grand finals just yet. I said at the start of the day, I expect them to make it there, and I think that they can push the Ninjas to a 4th map. Neon Blade, it's 0-3. Sorry, that's just my personal opinion. If Neon Blade, firstly, they've got to make it through this series, and going into Lotus, difficult map choice. If you can take it to Ascent, I think there's a half chance for sure. I've been their biggest critic. I would love to see them prove me wrong, but right now, I just don't think there's enough food for thought.
All right, then. Well, if we're going to keep laying on the praise on the side of Surrenderers, let's take a look at some individual performances. I think Mushiro is somebody who we really have to take a look at. They're absolute demon. I mean, by far and away the top fragger on the team there on Omen, actually. Well, at least for the first half, definitely the top fragger. And then things kind of balanced out as we got towards those final few rounds at the end. But reprising the role from map 1 on the last series she played in that top fragger role ahead of Elsie, how big of an impact did that individual play have, especially in the earlier rounds of that, you know, kind of 7-round deficit when they were trying to drag their way back into the game? How big of an impact was that, do you think, Cairo?
Oh, massively. I mean, you can't understate someone who's like bringing everybody, pulling everybody up by their bootstraps, as you were saying, Twiggy, and just kind of put. Sometimes, in certain situations, you just need an individual to break the ice, get things going. And I think as well, Moshiro was a really big opportunist. How many times did we see her kind of like play off angles and whatnot? And yeah, look, I think that's the wrong game, because I think Moshiro may have won the game by themselves if that was the case.
Yeah, that was incredible. Wow.
43 deaths in 24 rounds.
That's
crazy.
Wow.
Impressive. I'm just listening to production.
I didn't know we were playing replication with Sage.
Look,
but, you know,
we've all had a long day already. We had to wake up early. Don't worry. You've been wrangling us as it is. It's all good. Don't worry about it. Your thoughts on Mushiro's performance? Because I think just looking at round on round, so much stalwart, especially on that defense. I think really just the first line of defense, especially on the B site, making sure that nobody was getting anything done.
Yeah, and to sort of personify it a little bit there, you said wrangling the Bulls. I think that Moshi has sort of been cracking the whip in the bullpen right now. Do you know what I mean? Like, establishing control of certain areas of the map when and if Surrenderers need it. Just being that consistent player, I think, goes a long way. Doing your job and doing it well is something that she's done a brilliant job of so far. Like, it's quite simply just like going 1 for 1 in certain positions. Yeah, 26 and 15 for the last map on Omen. Like, I think, it just speaks to the quality that she has as an individual. She's got the right utility to separate some of those fights, you know, whether it's a paranoia to put the rest of her team on an offensive, to keep some room for her own, or just playing behind her own dark cover. She's got a little bit of everything, and I think that's exactly what this team needs.
All right, well, I think if we, take a look at what Surrenderers were able to do there, maybe we can take a look at what Neon Blade might have to be able to pull off in the next map. Obviously, after 7 round losses in a row, what do you think was it that Surrenderers found to get back at Neon Blade there? We can take a quick look at... Never mind, we can't take... There's no time. There's no time. I'm sorry. I completely misjudged how much time we had left. Yeah, that's okay. Don't worry. I'm fine. I had enough of talking today anyway. It's fine. You guys take it away.
I feel so sad.
Yeah.
It's like, I would say taking candy from a baby, or their lollipops fallen in the mud and now they can't have it, or like more. You can see it happening, right? It's like a balloon flying off into the distance.
Do you know what it's like? It's like when you're like really tired and you want to go to bed and you're at a house party, and then you've got like that one mate that just wants to keep going, you know? It's like, no, listen, guys, let me put on one more song.
You're seeing it the other way round then.
Yeah.
You know, from the opposite perspective, like it was time to go.
It was time to go, Twiggy.
It was time to go. Goodbye,
I'm sorry.
Twiggy. Goodbye. Bye-bye. Anyway,
you are the weakest link.
You are the weakest link. Goodbye. Neon Blades. First thing that comes to mind when you said weakest link, not in a toxic way, but they've got to turn this one around, Cairo.
Yes.
This map has been a weak link for them up until this point. They were able to take it against. They were able to take it against alternate attacks, but even then, a difficult game.
Not only that, though, Hazza, we've also got to be thinking about the comp and the issues that the comp that had arisen from the comp last time. The agents. We were talking about how explosive that Neon Blade had typically been on the maps that they played, especially on that of Ascent, which really worked well for them. That Route 1 Valorant, and how the double controller we felt necessarily suited them. Obviously, they've opted back into that, so either there's been a bit of revision, a bit of talking about it, or maybe just a bit of comfortability. It's been picked up again.
I have 3 words if we are to find that third and final map, Cairo. do or die for Neon Blade on this attacking side. You've doubled down with the double controller. Elysian is back on the sky again. We really need to see quite the performance from this opening half from them here. We know Surrenderers are very capable on their own attack side, and the defense was enough to maintain the status quo to at least close out that lower bracket semi-final. So here we go. First fight's taken on 8, and Neon Blade get off to the start they would have been hoping for.
Exactly the case. Early tension between the two. Neon Blade managed to manoeuvre through that of Surrenderer's utility, but look at the intersecting and Viper walls that are causing a little bit of delay from Neon Blade.
Nice double up from Surrenderers in towards Tree, opens the door and reveals through it. Scarlet takes a great timing, backs against the wall. Elsie able to take down that kill. The perpetrator of the A entry felled, but she needs to get a lot more, and she will. Angel drops. 3 versus 3. Neon Blade not looking much closer to the site than they were after that initial pick.
Lovely timing from Stars as well. Stargirl now out in Tree. This is a nice nano as well to set up. Will force Petite to fight.
Placing sentry.
But
maybe they're able to
too
escape.
far into the corner, so she's kept alive a bit longer. Turret comes out, but Spike yet to be taken. 30 seconds. Stars makes the smart move, concedes it, but will double up. So Surrenderers can fight together from this position. Gonna hear the Hobbit door get broken. Information on the B play, surely there's now.
Yeah. Open Spike plant. Where does Stargirl go now in the host plant? You're obviously going to have to face up against 2, so needs to be opportunistic.
Wants to be direct with it. First of the fight's taken, and Stars wins out her 3rd. Surrenderers taking the pistol round here. Neon Blade had the openers and then some, but it's that slow A creep which ground to a halt.
Not holding smokes, not doing the simple stuff, and again, I think Elsie really fought well there on the site, being able to find what is it, the Omen I think it was, Angel caught in a smoke.
And then like just keeping Tree control as well for quite a while really helped out. Neon Blade didn't really commit towards sort of like freezing, faking the A control. They didn't have enough information on the rest of the map, they just kept on slowly lowering themselves into the meat grinder, and Surrenderers churn them out as paste. Scarlet on a Sheriff, blast packing into this one. Got to hit a crazy shot, and even then, fight's not being given.
Seems like B is somewhat being given, although the players slowly starting to stack up together. Elsie just peeks out a little bit too much, and that's a few players being punished out. Upgrades all around, and now it's out for Petite to take the timing.
That is crazy from Scarlet. I thought Moshi had done a decent job at just bottle capping Neon Blade there by paranoiaing behind her own smoke, but they head the whole way in anyway. And yeah, Jade, always on our minds. Yours in particular. A fellow Scot looking to try and keep control of the spike here, and that she will. Everyone on Neon Blade is low. These Spectres are just going to cut straight through. Jade is 1v2, but she's favoured in this kind of position.
100%, and they don't even know where Jade is. Jade was a little bit worried about where players were coming from if they're flanking, and still the spike can't be picked up. Scarlet the lowest out of everybody.
But that's why she's on the Sheriff. It has to be one shot to the head. The Doma, the only way that she can win this out. A Bulldog instead, and yeah, Jade just prods through the corner of the wall, and that'll poke Surrenderers up to a 2nd.
Did what was needed to do, got over the line. Bonus probably not going to be in the best spot, and they're setting Elsie up with the best utility possible. All in all, yep, Surrenderers have done what they need to do. I think they'll probably fold under that of Neon Blade's rifle round with what is being put forward. But I mean, at the same time, we've seen crazier anti-ecos.
Just the Bulldog, they give it to Elsie, let her take this early C fight. Jade will be there in support. And just looking at the early round and what it is that Neon Blade are doing, it already looks so much better in comparison to yesterday. You would have considered Stargirl to have harbored some more extremity control, but Elsie off rip has absolutely annihilated her.
And look at the stall that's coming through on door. Petite, oh, just peeks out at the wrong time. The Omen's TP'd into site solo.
Well, she's already up close. There's no one else here to be taking the spot there. She's flashing through a smoke, which considered to be a given. What is that? Moshi, you absolute monster. 3 versus 2. Surrenderers have this flank positioning. Elsie making the most of it. Stars to hit a shot. Won't connect, but Elsie will. She finishes off the job, and that is 3 now for Surrenderers. They came in with 1 rifle, but Elsie upgrades it to the maximum. It's maximum pain for Neon Blade as they're yet to score on the board.
I did say Surrenderers should fold under Neon Blade, but instead folded their opponents with the Sheriffs. And again, Hazza, simple things like directly holding the spike.
It's actually crazy. Like, the smoke is right there. You have a player planting. And then, for some reason, there are 2 more players, you know, that they're in the smoke and they're looking to flash out of the smoke. You only have to flash heaven there, either that or you just face, because there are 2 players. I really don't know what's going on. Look at Elsie running high on confidence, nearly finding a second as well. If the gun had armed quickly enough, it doesn't. And for Neon Blade, they'll be thanking their lucky stars, because not only have they got 4 players, they have a little bit more map control than last time. No unforced errors, or at least you would hope.
Counting the lucky star girls, maybe. I'm sorry, I couldn't resist.
No, I rate it. I rate it. Breaking the alarm bot as well, bit of utility up.
Yeah.
Surrenderers need to be cautious of stairs. Plenty of pressure put on this B play.
Yeah, and they're trying to make sure that no one from Waterfall takes the opportunistic play. Stars, though, takes the opportunistic play and manages to escape as well. Not even getting hit up, not taking a single point of damage. Finally, Scarlet inflicts all the damage, though. And in a 2 versus 3, the last 2 remaining defenders are well and truly disconnected.
Scarlet doing so much work for Neon Blade, not just this round, but so far in this map.
Player standing.
A glowing Vandal sits in her hands. The aura of a champion, but still a long road to walk if they want to make it to that grand final. Good start though, Stargirl with a bit of her own. And for what it's worth, didn't come into that one with too much. Credit where it's due for Neon Blade.
Yeah. I felt as if that was a bit too overconfident from Elsie. I understand that you're feeling high and mighty, or not high and mighty, but you know what I mean, like you're feeling good.
Yeah.
I just feel as if like the reason why you've got to this position is because you've been respectful, you've been you've kind of taken the methodical approach, and this time that's just a step too far.
I still have respect for it.
Oh,
she gets 1, you go 1 for 1 there. Bigger issue is the problems that Neon Blade were able to create. You know, Scarlet not just finding the kills, but breaking the A alarm bot, giving their team so much. This time, though, it is a C play, straightforward as you would like. Elsie is on the site itself to be the custodian of it, and the spray on the second doesn't make for nice viewing. At least on the Surrenderer's side of things, Petite in on a flank, but duly noted by her mirror pick say they take him down. That's going to be a second for them now on the board.
Neon Blade able to deal with what was on the site. A good stall and whatnot. I don't even know what happened with the fights. Neon Blade making the best of a bad situation so far and fighting back strongly.
That they are. Comes back from just punishing some of these players as well. Not enough of that before, really, from them. Scarlet getting across, Shrouded Step as well, Poison Cloud. Lots of utility used early here to get that rubber control. Paranoia as well will go so far as towards Tree. You've got a Snake Bite, a Paint Shells combo. It has tagged up the Neon Blade players, but not taken them down.
caught out by the Terror Trail. Could have actually maybe sat there longer. Listen, if buts and maybes, the players on site are under siege. The players now starting to draw a pin. The fight's still falling in Neon Blade's favour, but there's still stars unaccounted for. And when they peek out, taking out Neon Blades, have got 3 rounds in convincing fashion, it has to be said.
3 rounds on the bounce as well, gun rounds at that. Jade calling the instant pause. I think that this is a pretty smart decision because it must be said, while Jade has been an IGL who's come in with ideas from time to time, she's been pretty sparing with these tactical timeouts. Firm but fair, I think, is the assessment that I would give from an outside perspective. And right now, does feel like one of those times where Surrenderers need to get to grips with what this defender side looks like, because if it gets out of control too quickly, Neon Blade all of a sudden have an advantage, one which I don't think Surrenderers want to let them off lightly with.
Yeah. I think it's like, I'm trying to be fair to Neon Blade. Like, they've been fighting really well on sites and stuff like that, but I just feel as if, on the other hand, Surrenderers have been fighting poorly. And I think, like, as you say, like, there needs to be a bit of revision as to how you're going to play this out. Ping's already going out towards Tree in terms of setting up the Sentinels on the A site.
Yeah. I think a lot of, to become a good team, you need flexibility as to what your defender's setup looks like. And right now, it doesn't feel that Surrenderers have been able to offer as much resistance in Tree as they would like with some of those util combos, for example. So we're going to see for the first time that double stack of both anchors, the Viper and Killjoy, on the C side of the map. Neon Blade giving all of the respect to Surrenderers in this kind of position. Timeout being called, just wondering what the adaptation looks like.
I like that they're putting out their feelers, seeing what they can find. And again, they don't have much in terms of initiation. Elsie just saw the shoulder.
Still find it crazy that she's like peeking melee out from that position after having pulled the pin on the nade, but won't cost for too much extra damage. Screen is up. The Trailblazer has been committed to retake this A lobby control. For all intents and purposes, Neon Blade are posturing heavily towards this A play, especially if Stars Girl is lost in the mix outside B. Which she is.
Big fight to be won out there. Elsie, though, doesn't get the same opportunity. So 4v4 with a rifle picked up. Got that lockdown as well, has
lockdown for the retake. I don't know if Surrenderers maybe want to take a bit of backside control before they think about this, or at the very least get a kill to give some more impetus to this one. No, Stars commits it. Angle is wall-bangable. I don't think Say is going to do too much to actually shut it down. And look, they've got to go through the revolvable door. It has to be Say that bails them out, and they will.
Lucky, one player has been detained, and now it's a sprint race back on to get onto the set. Shot's been burned. They can't just stick it, but no. Scarlet comes in. Finally, like the heroine that she is, and wins it out for Neon Blade. 10 and 5 so far for this Rage duelist.
I think, again, this is like something that we saw happen with Surrenderers in the past. Like, not fully commit. Or actually, it happened yesterday with Beyblade Ninjas and Claudia not committing to a defuse because you just don't have that full 100% trust in your teammate like you maybe would if you were in an organized environment and regularly playing together rather than it just being a mix. I genuinely think that there's a half chance that if that's fully stuck and the first Sheriff shot connects as it does, Surrenderers may have been in with half a shot of taking the round.
Again, the slow scale up towards A. And it's the KJ alarm bot to hold on towards the main pressure. Petit must have heard something, maybe the shot, which is immediately made that the survival's pit has to go down. Angel up here. finding Petit, even after the information given, is incredible.
Yeah, Petit called the Viper's Pit because it was that lack of information. C was fully cleared. Surrenderers are now setting up for a flank. Say again in rubble, flushed out by utility. Jade finishes it off. 4 versus 4, attacking lockdown in the center of the site, which will afford them a little bit more space.
Scarlet's trying to be opportunistic again. Can't quite find it, so they know about Scarlet's position in heaven, and the flank is on.
Gotta be quick with this one. Looking to crush from both ends. Only Jade makes it through the door, but so does the moonbot of Elsie, which will get her yet another kill. A couple more to be found by the youngster, however, if this one is to be a Surrenderer's round. Has managed to effectively turn the first flank, but the defuse not even half stuck, means that Neon Blade will be up to a 5th.
Yeah, and that's all rifles lost as well. So, an expensive round for both teams, but a round one nonetheless for the attackers. And I think as well, though, Hazza, Surrender has been on the cusp of that 4, potentially 5. Like, there's so much that Surrenderers can do if they finally get on the board. But it's just a matter of if they get back on the board.
There were some really interesting details I want to pick apart there. Petit calls in the Viper ult because the whole of C was cleared. She understood that as the sole A player needed to reaffirm her presence just a little bit, but then we have the From the Shadows from Angel come in heaven. We also get it out of Moshi, but that was information that didn't make its way to Petit because she backs up out of her own ult and in an unforced error ends up falling. That is ultimately what gave Neon Blade control of the site. Into this eco now, Surrenderers on a back foot and almost forced to concede a 6th.
Listen, all I'm saying is don't count Surrenderers out. Seekers to get yourself initiated in. Off the back of that, the Trailblazer used up as well. Yeah. That's an ultimate wasted.
Neon Blade are hightailing here though, because you've seen the double stacked utility from both of those anchor players on C.
Oh no.
Not something that you want to be worrying about. There is a showstopper here for LC. Does she look to light the fuse up? Yes is the answer, but there are no players there to greet her. Double satchel in, clears the hard left, finds one and takes back route for her team. Neon Blade have got to re-clear this. There's only 30 seconds. The B play may be the only option that they get.
LC caught between 2 targets, and now Surrenderers again. Foot race against their opponents to stop them getting the spike down. They're trying everything that they can, and it's somehow working out. Jade can't quite hit the mark. 10 seconds. Again, Zerg pushing in towards sight. The spam not working out. They've denied the spike plan. They've denied the round. Surrenderers have got on the board. Petit needs to play keep away, and it's another thrifty round.
I'm stunned, honestly, Cairo. I am stunned. I was saying there for a moment, like, okay, there's 30 seconds left. I think that Elsie might have bought her team a huge amount of space, and you have to give her credit for the showstopper there as well. So late on in the round. But as soon as she gets taken down, you should just be able to get onto the site and have someone support the spike planter. But what's more, Neon Blade just don't have each other's backs. They are hanging one another out to dry time and time again. Just like solo fight after solo fight. Jade comes in, gets her one, looks for another, okay, can't make it. Doesn't commit to the plant. Moshi spamming away. Like, it's just so messy. And it has me really worried now because Surrenderers, they only really need like one more round from this defender's half for it to say like, yeah, okay, we feel super comfortable now coming onto our attack.
This is just a well-needed timeout, to be honest. Well-needed timeout for Neon Blade because there's been, last map as well, it happened 3 times, and that's not to discredit Surrenderers in the way that they play this sort of stuff. Again, decisiveness needed in terms of the plans that are made on the attack.
Gun round for both. And a few more to be played here, Cairo, before the end of the half. Surrenderers can get at least one more investment other than this if things don't go their way. Scarlet making the entry onto the B site. The blast pack not charged means that the Nano Swarm is still there in the choke and may have just been enabled actually to segregate the players a little further before peeks come in by the defenders. Moshi takes the first and loses.
Spike planted.
Nice from Elsie to deny the plat space. Big as well on top of that actually. Now it's about getting on towards site. We're looking at the B main position and Petite in the way that they can fight, and it's carnage on the site so far. Advantage still for Neon Blade, but one of those players being low means that one spray could claim two.
Surrenderers need to try and play together here. Elsie was so solo in upper. And the reposition from Say is fantastic. In behind, ready to backstab. Spike not quite planted for them. Baiting out the initial peak, but the discipline looks to be decent. Stars has found two. There's no time left, and she may well get a third. She does. Round not taken, but look, Neon Blade are going to lose a whole lot of weaponry in that affair.
How's it going to look when we go for the reinvestment? Oh, God, plenty of money. Plenty of cash flowing through. As for Surrenderers, they're on what would probably be the preferred biohazard. They're on the pistols, where they always seem to come up with something.
That they do, and I'm just wondering what this setup looks like too. Yeah, they've adapted it. It's going to be a B main fight, which they give. This is a round where you've got to see what the reactions of Neon Blade look like. You know, how decisive are they going to be in hitting an extremity with this information in mind? Instead, it does just end up being a 3-stack and they don't overly commit to the space. But to that extent, A is the play, and there's quite the velocity to this one.
That's a nice snake bite as well. Sage just denied any player from to continue fighting, and if they do, they end up vulnerable. Unfortunately, it's just two players left. There was one with a Phantom. I can't mind exactly who it was on. And yeah, well, there you have it.
Spike planted. Last
the one player on the site as well, you know. So the one that really should have got something, but absolutely nothing goes for her. And Neon Blade up to a 7th. This last round of the half could be oh so telling as to what this looks like, because the difference between a 2-round buffer for a pistol and a gap of 4 could mean absolutely everything. Neon Blade had the lead from a similar position on map 1, but that was ultimately something they took for granted.
It could be a long, long day for Surrenderers if they allow Neon Blade to win out this map, and now we call into question their endurance, but whether that gets to that case, we'll need to find out after the next half. As for now, just initial pressure put on C, but not C mount taken, has her?
Very slow, just respecting that one way from the Omen. Keeping it at arm's length for now. Stars already jump spotting in front of her own setup and continues to jiggle it. We are going to see a crunch coming in through the double door, but Elysian is prepared for it, and so is Scarlet. The two names ever present in the kill feed make certain that Neon Blade will get their aim.
And they've set them up perfectly to continue the waterfall space. Now forcing Surrenderers into a retake through CT. Neon Blade have set themselves up perfectly here.
Petite's got to be cautious of the close angle, but it's entirely overlooked. Scarlet for another. Angel caught sleeping at the wheel, perhaps having a look at the radar. Nothing to be seen there, of course. It's only Jade that remains. But the information is with the rest of her team from this point, and Jade already so low on HP. It's taken down by Elysian, and Neon Blade have the desired half in the end.
Think both teams will be happy with it. 48, you know.
Yeah, I think it's fair. It does favour Neon Blade, however, and Surrenderers probably a sour taste in the mouth with them having lost
Yes.
8 of the final 9 rounds. The only round they do end up picking up was that one where they punished what ultimately was, again, more unforced errors by Neon Blade. Still, look,
Yeah.
they've got to be putting plenty of faith in what this attack can deliver for them. But nothing is certain from here, and look, a pistol could make this horrible.
The pistol coin flip
Where are you?
could turn the narrative on its head. This ends up 8-6 after a pistol and anti-eco. Then things truly are interesting. Stars has got a lot of info off of that ultimate orb being taken on B, and look, already Surrenderer's beginning to scheme.
I got the spike.
Yeah, a little worried about the B space. Neon Blade, you know, not only their attack macro looked much better, but on the defense here already in the pistol round, you're seeing them do a lot of the right things. They fight B main together, they regroup, they set up for C, fully aware that the push could come in here. Do still have Stargirl's utility to hold on to A that little bit longer.
Nice trades out in the end. Raise for the KG gone. The players are looking to retake from Stairs. In fact, it's a 2-2 split between Heaven and Stairs.
This is a pretty restricted post plant, actually, Cairo, at least with where the spike currently sits. Petit can hop in front of the smoke, and Moshi finds the first of those players coming in out of upper. A little concerning for them, though, but look, those downs can quickly be cast aside. Surrenderers, through their gunplay, able to deliver the necessary blows, and Petit finishes things off. A little weirdly played in my eyes, but look, once the spike was down, it was one-way traffic on the side.
Conversion of the anti-eco, and then pressures back on Neon Blade. Good signs, though. Signs that show life in the defensive side, which is what we want to see.
It's both pistols picked up by Surrenderers as well, and again, that kind of thing can make a big difference. The fact that it is 5-8 and potentially 6-8 instead of a 10-4. Gonna do them so much good. Early shot from Elysian though. Partnering up once more with Scarlet. It's the partners in crime that kick this one off. While Elsie's made the jump, no one else has. Moshi goes for it, but doesn't win. Yeah, and then Elsie takes that fight solo backside. Sure, you want to run it down and say, but they're giving up so much in these tools. Finally, Stars adds a bit of comfortability to it, and then some for a fourth. But wow, Surrender is very nearly caught out in that encounter.
Not only that, though, fine, fair enough, I agree. Surrenderers nearly caught off the back of that one. They got the rifles through into the next round, but on top of that, Hazza, I've also brought online the lockdown after Stars having 2 pretty great rounds.
Yeah. It'll help. That's for sure. If you look to invest it here, it could be a real ace up the sleeve. Do you know what I mean? Like, you break the buy in this round, you're onto a winner already from your attacking side. Again, I think Surrenderers need to just not get caught up in the occasion. They were so, you know, overzealous to get those refrags on the previous, but here, with the door opened up, C is greenlit, and there are upgrades as well to go around.
Exactly. The players that came in pistols now finding their way onto rifles. Surrenderers finding themselves at a great advantage. Spike should go down easy enough. In fact, even planting safe just to make sure. And even compounding the pain. This could be a save call for Neon Blade.
2 versus 5. It should be a save call. But again, I don't think we've really seen either of these teams be a little bit more selfless and actually look to hold on to those guns. They're going to end up losing them here. Say's already dropped the first and fully revealed up. Jade can take the second. So now you've got nothing to go back in on the next. Yeah, I don't know. I really don't think that we've seen Neon Blade make the most of those kinds of positions. Sure, they gambled on a 3v5 retake on Sunset, which was the beginning of their comeback, or at least them, you know, really establishing a lead on that one. But I think you just need to know when to give up the chase, honestly.
Yeah. That. Looking at this, though, a stack towards A. Actually, a great stack in Surrenderers are just walking straight into it.
Yeah, Surrenderer's got to be a little bit careful with this one.
Cover going out.
When does the penny drop for the site's infested? Already seeing some of that utility come out. And with the second Prowler, they take B. They can smell it's unguarded. Should be a simple enough spike plant. The lockdown is now invested onto the eco just to make absolute certain of this one.
Headshot.
Couple headshots from Elysian through the wall. That is ridiculous from her. But still a 4 versus 4, and that weapon cannot be recovered for the time being.
One enemy remaining.
Ooh. Halsey gets away with murder there. Should realistically been punished moving into that smoke. Only on one bullet as well, and they finally know where Elysian is.
Is this a player that you really want to be trying to hunt down? She's looked good at holding on to the angles. A real rhinestone in the rough. But yeah, 8-8 now. Surrenderers will end up taking it despite the casualties they end up succumbing to. And again, I think it's a real demonstration of how they like to play their post plants. Whereas Neon Blade will give up so much room, play a lot deeper, look to set up through utility, be a little bit more disciplined. Surrenderers are the complete opposite, you know? They're wanting to give more fights, take more advantages, get the absolute most out of the positioning they have on the site itself rather than relying on any kind of late win conditions.
Sometimes like the best sort of defense is an offense, you know, Hazza. Defense of the spike, take out, like go and fight for more space. Obviously, you've got to know what the limits are on that. As for Neon Blade, what are they discussing? I mean, realistically, what 3 rounds of this have been pistol slash, you know, like half buys. Or the poorer out of all of them. Now, obviously, Neon Blade might have an idea. The coach, X-Desire, has an idea of what Surrenderers are trying to do and has come up with a game plan for Neon Blade to try and switch it up on their opponents.
Neon Blade, the defenders' side so far for them's looked pretty rough. With the bonus converted, it ushers in a 4th. Well, she's made the TP. The reveal is great. It is fantastic, in fact. Scarlet is lost. One of the main conduits for them getting stuff done on the attacking side is a well that's run dry come the defensive half thus far.
And look at right now, Neon Blade really wanting to hold on to this B main space. Stars watching it patiently. With that being said, I mean, Surrenderers, or sorry, Neon Blade will know exactly whether this is A or C. And with the fact that we're starting to see a scale of A, I imagine it's going to be that. Nice shots from Angel.
Yeah, important for Stars to go down. 4-1 split gone. You can't really head towards B now with the same kind of security that you would have hoped. A is the answer. Neon Blade should rotate into this. The fact that Surrenderers stamped out that early presence means that they're happy to sell that fake elsewhere and ultimately gives them the A site.
Yeah, Neon Blade are quick on the rotates here towards site.
Time to hunt.
Trailblazer will be the one to initiate the players back in, but they're still, Surrenderers haven't really answered back with utility of their own as Jade tries to spam through the smoke. The players spam through the bodies. There's only 2 players left. Make that 1 on the Surrenderers side. Petite's making a good go of it. Can't quite spam onto the spike, although makes it doable. The snake bite, vulnerable up the players and bringing them low. Although they're just going to stick it.
No
Stargirl's
way!
just sticking it.
No way! Stargirl with a full stick. Well beyond the experience of Petite. And I mean, look, with the Viper utility, she did a damn good job of making that one close. And honestly, as well, I respect taking the gamble that there won't be a full stick there, but like, pros don't fake. Stargirl, what an important round to take for Neon Blade. It should have been way cleaner for them anyway.
Yeah.
Surrenderers did have a nice setup. Again, I called to how aggressive they've been in previous rounds. It was Elsie and Moshi on a double stack of those wood boxes looking in towards upper. But Neon Blade read the situation well, and they get away with it just about.
I can't believe that they have got away with it. Surrenderer's going to be feeling hard done by. On the other side of the map though, the A-orb was taken, so that's the showstopper online hazard.
It is.
For Neon Blade.
Both teams, yeah. Pits and from the shadows. Both can match each other in that respect. First of which will be coming in. And of course it's Elsie to get us underway. Not quite content. Should be calling for a bit of extra utility to take the gap here. Petit is also low. That spam from Angel has been brilliant. Waterfall control is just about established for Surrenderers, but it hangs by a thread, and it hangs in the balance.
Moshi finding Elysian note, a big fragger off the board and a big initiation part off the board. The pit still stands though, and see the other Viper trying to explore it. In fact, the site slowly being explored. The Viper will found out trades all across the map, and now we've only got one player to hold it down. Stars has to come up huge, although Say from up above will drop an elbow and be able to find round number 10, double digits for Neon Blade.
Nicely done by Neon Blade in their retake. Use of the pit. Stars tries to disrespect it early, and while she will be able to find a single kill from that encounter, Say finishes off the job. And again, it's like these little impact moments which Neon Blade will be so happy to be finding. Say and Stargirl, while they've not had the best performances so far this map, those previous two clutches go a long way in pushing them a little bit closer to sending us to that third.
Real front foot approach here, and Scarlet collects off the back of it. Although not accounted for Moshi, not accounted for Say. Two big picks and walks away, dusting their hands off.
Gotta be careful not to go for anything else here though, because Say had already jumped twice. The first headshot to the second. Stars doing a brilliant job, but not quite good enough. Jade now 1v3. 150 points of health. First player taken down, picking up where teammate left off. The Seas gives a little bit of extra space in Waterfall to have that spike safely planted. Reveal of the ultimate online, but nothing yet committed.
I know where one player is, and that's actually the player that's caught on plat, not the KJ, so you know where both are. Jade trying to escape the grasp of the lockdown. Brings it to a 1 versus 1. It's fair, and it's Jade!
Really
Pure Valorant from Jade. One after one taken, and one every single time.
That is another clutch masterclass from Jade. Just the amount of quality that she has feels like a real sleeper pick in amongst the mix there for them, and shows you the value of every single part of Fade's kit. You know, makes her presence on the site, sees to deny the waterfall peak coming in early, invests the nightfall, confirms that Hobbit will be a safe reposition later down the line, isolates the jewels. Not only that, she wins them, wins the round. Scarlet trying to be a difference maker of her own at the beginning of this one, but Moshi already has her held to right.
Again, this stall out from Surrenderers. They just pause.
I don't know, am I tripping? Did the poison orb just bounce off of the boombot? Is that even an interaction which exists in this game?
I don't know, I never caught it, mate.
Boing. At least I found it funny. 5-4. What a round for Surrenderers to pick up coming into this one. They need a little bit more of that though. And Jade still with all of her utility available. Should be the conduit in which the rest get back into the site.
Elysian's looking to set themselves up. Haven't quite found it, but they've been found as the players peek out. They're dealt with. Angel, though, taking a nice opportunistic moment, finding the Viper player of Petit.
4 on 3. Nice plant. Just on the corner of mid-site. Crossfire from Silent Drop and Tree. Player coming in from heaven gets taken down by Jade. Such deep control that Surrenderers have from this position. Prowler continuing to be an issue. Say trying to find something before it all goes black. But the clouds are gathering above Neon Blade here because they can sense that something is up, and like you put it, Stars in position to close things out as well on that flank. So 20 rounds played, the team's inseparable, but for the time being the attack has looked that much better for Surrenderers.
Stars being the foundation in which that post plant was really built upon, holding down the flank, making sure no one can get getting through that swivelly door, and then comes in late for the flank as that late win condition as well as the fact that there was already a well-established crossfire. Neon Blade back towards the light shields, and with 5 Vandals in play, you can understand it.
You can early onset utility outside of A, but presence both B and C. When Moshi is playing B main, that's usually the signal that Surrenderers are going for their C hit. Because she likes to make these flanks really late. And I think it's brilliant on the Omen as well with the smokes that she has available. Doesn't have to necessarily be present, but can certainly deliver a backstab.
Although the smokes may have just been seen by the Omen of Neon Blade, and that's why they're still up there. Wow. Again, just finding the gaps and piercing through them.
Yeah. Even Elsie taking quite a nice fight, knowing her angles well over the top of the smoke. 4 versus 3. Jade stuck in the corner, but no real pressure put on just yet. Say straight back in, absolutely clatters her. And utility of their own to afford a little breathing room. They are being constricted for what it's worth, though. Neon Blade having the clock ran down on them by Surrenderers, but the hand a little too much shown there. Card's not exactly close to their chest. The sight presence more than enough. Neon Blade in the retake, first to draw 11.
Still, Surrenderers breathe down the throat. We've been here before.
Breathe down their throat?
Yeah, you never heard that saying before?
I've heard breathe down their neck before, but
oh, it's the same thing, isn't it? The throat, your neck.
Sure.
You get the idea I'm going for. They're pretty close.
They are very close, in fact. And actually, looking at the econ here as well, just about going to be good enough, I think, for Neon Blade if they wanted to force the next, but Surrenderers, last chance saloon almost for them to stop this 11th from becoming a map point. Oh, wow.
Oh, just on the bounce back, and Scarlet collects off the back of it, and you can retake with the Seekers here. That's a really nice spot for Neon Blade.
Moshi is in such a troublesome spot. 2 points of health. Stars has got to do something to help her.
No way.
Moshi doesn't get cleared. A rookie mistake from Scarlet has let Surrenderers back into the round.
And the smokes are back online. Spike's still not planted.
Yeah, not committed. They let this one marinate a moment longer. Cloud goes up. Cloud goes down. Moshi continuing to move on forward. Say might have just spotted the shoulder because they have fallen back a little bit more.
Player standing.
Picks collected. Jade again in the hot seat. A 3 versus 1 for her. She finds the first spike on her back. Killjoy util down. The game is on.
Players are coming through, both from Waterfall, so Jade has an escape route in towards CT, and they've just disconnected from one another.
Yeah. She's picked up both revealed by the Nightfall, so she sprints around the side on the reposition. Sees coming in, catches Elysian, in fact they're both low! Jade again! A quad to pull it apart! The master of disguise! manages to evade them all on the Neon Blade side. And another 3 versus 1 for Surrenderers.
She actually can't be stopped. I was having a joke on the desk about her being the GOAT, but how can you refute these claims, Hazza? Every single time when the team need to be pulled up by the scruff of the neck, Jade does it. Unbelievable stuff here on Lotus. 11-11. Neon Blade are fighting for their life. They are on life support right now, as this may be the last rifle round that they get.
Both of these teams are playing for the win. Right, Cairo, it is all laid out on the table here.
Toxin screen down.
Second map in a row that we're pushed the full 24. Petite with a lineup. Util to clear deep rubble. Nobody there. It's a lot expended and a lot out of pocket from Surrenderers if they opt for it. Paranoia kept, however. Moshi yet to delve into her utility, but will do so as the execute is ready.
Lots of shots fired off, but nothing quite connecting, although on towards that of Moshi. Elsie sending a rocket through, not even that connecting now. It will be B side, the spike will be planted, and Petite will take their timing.
Manages to get around the side. I don't know how she's managed to reposition there. Jade, flash, straight in the mouth. Feathers, and not a taste that she was expecting. Stars one back, 3v3. Still game on for Surrenderers, and not only that, they've got so many positions that need to be cleared. Only issue, none of these can really face the spike if a defuse were to come in. Neon Blade really taking their time to go for this. Say finds one, and it is a beginning, but that's the end of it. Petite finishes it off. Say with a second tap, but everyone is here to make sure that Surrenderers get through without trouble. That is a 12 for them now, 1 round away from the grand finals.
That's all it is, the deciding round between map number 3 or Hazza grand finals. The prize that almost every team would have wanted to reach at the very minimum.
And for Surrenderers, another opportunity for them to prove themselves against the elite of the Lioness Cup. Here we go, the round could be over pretty quickly. Scarlet's in a whole world of trouble, revealed up, and Elysian's fallen as well. The 2 main shoulder pieces carrying Neon Blade through this are missing. Say is still alive, and they've been a real valuable asset to them so far. But even when it looked like she had big kills in a round, well, they had big kills in a round, Jade was finding clutches to shut it out.
2 players left out towards main and up against 3 has it, and all 3 are stuck in tree.
There is their first though for Say, and a Vandal in hand of both of these players. Gonna try and run down the clock as far as they possibly can, Surrenderers, but in terms of positioning, it does go against them. But against them, no longer. 13-11, they're going to be taking their own pick. After Sunset was lost, it felt like a long way back for Neon Blade, but quite simply, not good enough in the end. A couple adjustments made. You can give them all of the credit in the world for how they approached this task, which felt insufferable, but there we have it.
There we do have it. Surrenderers with a hard-fought victory in the end. And again, Neon Blade coming back in the second map, but this time not good enough, has it. They fall out third in this tournament when, realistically, you could argue that we didn't expect them to actually be here. At the end of the day, though, yeah, I mean, what more can you say about Surrenderers? A long day for them, but one I think they'll look back fondly on as they make their way to the grand finals.
They've certainly proven their quality here. I think that they can be very happy with their performance today. It was 4 maps played, 4 maps won, 2-0, 2-0, and now the grand final awaits them against Beyblade Ninjas. That will be the real test. Twiggy already alluded to it a little bit, getting us excited for tomorrow. We can talk about all of that on the desk as well, but once again, commiserations to Neon Blade. They battled well, but not well enough.
Not well enough indeed. Well, Hazza, we can fully break down that last series of the day in a couple of minutes' time when we get Twiggy back out and into the analyst desk.
Wow, that was great, Brad. Hello, everybody. Welcome back to the Lioness Cup. For the last time today, brought to you by Women in Esports. A conclusion to the series that stayed exciting to its very end. I think you'll both agree with me. Surrender has managed to take it all the way without having to go to map 3, pouring themselves back from a deficit once again here on Lotus. Neon Blade have had the grand finals, one victory away from them twice now, and not managed to grab it with both hands. And, well, Surrenderers will be the team moving to the grand finals, and you can't say they don't deserve it, can you, Karen?
No, you really can't say that they don't deserve it. I mean, what, 2 really hard-fought maps, and both times being able to come out on top. At the end of the day, though, you have to start to think about like Neon Blade and everything that they put forward, and you have to give them like commiserations, because they did put up a great fight.
Yeah, for sure, against both teams as well that are finishing ahead of them in the tournament. What do you think could have been, like, if we did go to map 3 there, what do you think could happen there? Oh. He's good.
I would never mute my mic. Hands up where you can see him. Gotta make sure you know.
I heard your mouth make a little smack.
The little inflections, okay. Sorry, it's just my big fat lips. Anyway, look, if we did go to a third map, as our producer's now disconnected from the Discord call.
That was some fruity language used, actually.
Yeah, I've lost my train of thought. Sorry about that, guys.
Yeah, wow.
No, I mean, look, if we went to Ascent, I think, again, Neon Blade would have given it a damn good go. Yeah. But there are still just a few too many issues with this roster as a whole. I think the way that they were organized, generally, you had individuals coming up with big moments here and there. But other than that, when it came down to the basics and the real basics in terms of team play, especially on that attacking side, there were just moments where it's like a round slips the net here and there, which made the difference for Surrenderers. Unforced errors that I was talking about, like trying to get the spike planted, and then look, they're just putting on the pressure with no time left. I don't know. There's probably too much for me to be mentioning here, and I do feel like a bit of a Simon Cowell, like I've been their absolute biggest critic so far on the broadcast this weekend, and there are certainly positives to take from the performance and then making a run this deep, but against the kind of quality that a team like Surrenderers and Beyblade Ninjas have, you're always going to look second best.
For sure. I mean, Cairo, look, if Jade wasn't last alive in, I don't know, 5, 6 of those rounds, I feel like we would be going to map 3 right now. We'd all be very tired, and the story may end differently, but obviously with Jade being the last alive so many times, there were so many clutch moments.
Oh, there was, but if Jade wasn't Jade, then we wouldn't be in this scenario, you know? You have to just think about the quality that Jade is able to put forward in those scenarios, and again, a real captain's performance, being able to shine through at key moments in time when it's needed. There's not many players that you can rely upon like that, and not only that, call the game that they did. Sure, there was a couple of sloppy rounds here and there, but again, hats are off. And again, as Hazza says, like, not Neon Blade, it is done now. But one to leave off with is Neon Blade did allow Jade to win them out.
Yeah, for sure. Hazza side of things.
Yeah, no, I fully agree, right? It's just those kinds of advantages that you can't be affording to let go of as well. I don't know. I think Jade did a brilliant, Scarlet did a brilliant job of subbing in for Neon Blades.
For sure.
I wonder what this would have looked like if they had the normal set of 5 players. Maybe you don't have the same kind of quality as Scarlet in terms of your individual and the fragging power that she brings, but she did also have a pretty quiet start to that final map that we saw. Not to pin any kind of blame on her there, but you know, they were kind of plagued with roster issues and having subs come in and out and things like that, role swaps. It never really helps for a team, so I don't think we can be like hypercritical of Neon Blade as an outfit overall.
For sure. I'm not sure what happened, because Discord has a very fun way of when somebody joins a call and they say something, it immediately just muffles them. So I think right here we have stats. I was going to say, if we have the interview ready, I'm going to look very awkward here. But yes, we do have stats ready for you, so you can make some more inferences based on individual performances here today. Jade just about manages to hit that exact 2 KDA, but everyone else putting in a good performance on both sides as well.
Yeah, and you're wondering why Jade is last alive. She's the only one that has less than 30 deaths in the whole of the server. It's actually crazy. Like, the assists maybe not as much, fair enough, but like 43 kills on Initiator, 2 KD, mad.
Mad. Just let that one hang for a second. Mad. Cairo, any thoughts?
I mean, honestly, straight away, probably like Elysian, even though they played the Sky for like one of the maps, getting 15 assists. I know like they can talk about like maybe people getting like chip damage or whatever, but in the end, pretty good statistics from them.
For sure, and I don't think it's going to be too surprising who our MVP here is for this series. Of course, as we've seen so far, that took a little longer than I thought it was going to. I thought I was going to like do the whole thing. As we've seen so far today, the IGLs really have shone, and more than that, Jade has definitely shone as well. Amazing performance in that series. Honestly, how close those maps were completely tipped the balance.
It's crazy, like one player can be the difference in certain scenarios.
Yep.
And I think as well, like I think we've spoken about Jade enough, to be honest.
Well, we've spoken about her enough. You're unlucky because we have an interview with Jade herself here, the IGL. How are you doing, Jade? You must be feeling ecstatic.
Hi, yeah, I mean, I'm doing good, you know, just another day at the office, guys, you know what it is.
Yeah. You know, I mean, look, all things considered, it wasn't too bumpy overall into the grand finals from where you started today. Was it just as casual for you guys in team comms, or was it a little bit more hard fought, especially with the ups and downs against Neon Blade?
Honestly, I think this game was one of our chillest games, honestly. We kind of, I don't know, we had a bit of problems where we're kind of panicking too much, but we were taking the game a bit too serious. And today it was a good map pool because we knew first, like, we were starting on Sunset, and Sunset I'm not going to say anything about Sunset, but we had very low expectations about that, right? So it was we were just there for fun, and of course then again on Lotus, like we decided to pick it even though we were going to start CT. So we know, like, we start down and it's whatever. Like, we played a great attack side already on Lotus on the previous match, so we go and we do it again, and we have fun with that, for sure.
Yeah, I was just going to ask you first off, like, how does it feel to be the best player in Scotland, you know, like, really repping the flag? No, but seriously though, I was wanting to ask you more about, like, kind of how it feels to, like, IGL this mix. Did you guys have a clear plan of how you guys wanted to play, or did you have a clear idea of how you wanted to play? Because every single time that we guys have seen you on the attack or defense, it seems like you guys already have these trap plays, you already have things thought up on the fly that look to always come off.
Well, I wouldn't say it was that prepared. To be honest, I just made the mix because Stars, Sonia, she asked me to make a mix for fun. I wasn't even going to play, right? She asked me to make a mix, and I'm like, you know, I'm always here for a challenge. I'm always here for some competition. And I've just, I don't know, we just took our few track days with a good mind. But all of my team, they really, I can say they respect me, I guess. They when we work a lot with kind of what I bring to the team. We honestly didn't play a lot of like practice days overall, but when we did a lot of actually did quite a lot of theory, which you wouldn't expect for a mixed team like this. So we talked a lot about kind of, you know, the rotations on the map, like what's good things to do. And to be honest, I just focus on telling, like, all of my players, like, you know, you want to be on this position, and then I'm normally the one rotating around, right, with Breach or whatever. I rotate around, I give them the support, I give them the tools to succeed, and then they pop off, and then after the chaos ensued, maybe I'm left, and maybe I do a little clutch, and it works out. Yeah.
Yeah, it's great to see you sort of embedding those ideas within the players as well, and that there is that development and real sense of passing on knowledge that you will have gained with all the experience that you have playing in Game Changers. And we saw that experience in some exemplary clutches on Fade, where you were using pretty much all of the utility to great effect. What exactly was running through your head in each of those situations, and how did you feel afterwards?
No, honestly, like as I said, this was the most chill game we had all day. I'm telling you, I won this clutch. My whole team's screaming in my headset. I'm just chilling. I don't say a word. Like, it's I can't explain it. You need to. I don't know. It's something that comes out sometimes. Like, the most insane moments you do. At least for me, it's like that's when I'm the most chill. Like, I do this insane clutch. Like, I'm in the moment. I'm just like, okay, it's 2 here. I'm gonna reposition to here. I isolate one jewel. Like, you know, just basic stuff. I'm just thinking about how it's the best way to play it, and then And then after that, I win it, and it's like, oh my god, it's so insane. And I'm just like, I don't know, I was just playing a situation. Like, I envisioned this one on Valorplant. Like,
I calculated this in advance. We all strive to be like Jade in the end. Anyway, final thing. You got through today. Your toughest trial on paper is still ahead of you. What do you think your chances are against Beyblade Ninjas tomorrow?
I mean, our chances, if we talk about like from taking an expectations point of view, like I was surprised we made it to the playoffs. Honestly, I was surprised that. So we've gone all this way already. Like, you know, no offense to my team or something. We talked about this a lot, and it's like I don't know. Of course we can win it. We're going to try to win it, but our number one goal is just keep having fun and take what we can from this tournament, because it is off-season tournament. We're not going to play together again, and we just make the most of the opportunity to compete and improve and have fun.
Great. Well, it's a brilliant mentality to have. Thanks so much for talking to us, Jade. Get some rest and best of luck with the grand finals tomorrow.
Thank you.
I love it when players aren't media trained. It's so good. They actually answer your questions. I mean, it's amazing. I like there was actual answers there. Either way, it's been an amazing day. I mean, that has been. Look, we didn't get any 3-mappers. Whatever. It is what it is. We're gonna get at least 3 maps tomorrow. So complain all you want. All good. We've got lots of Valorant action ready for you tomorrow, guys. Any closing thoughts from you?
Well, my first closing thought is Jade is the GOAT. We now know that for sure, but whether that GOAT status lives up tomorrow is another question. It's a totally different opponent that they're going up against, and while they might try to be having fun, I don't know if Beyblade Ninjas will allow that.
Hazza?
Beyblade Ninjas came in, seen as the strongest team, perceived to be as such, massive target on their backs. They deliver, they make it to the grand finals. For Surrenderers, they weren't even expecting to make playoffs according to Jade, so for them, it's a real chance to prove what their quality can be.
Well, for sure, we're going to see all of that and more tomorrow. A best of 5 ready for us between these two teams, these two absolute goats of the game. It should be an absolute banger of a matchup, and I cannot wait to see it. I'm sure you guys can't wait to see it, and I'm sure everybody at home cannot wait to see it. That is all for us for today. Thank you so much for tuning in once again to the Lioness Cup, brought to you by Women in Esports. I've been Twiggy, that's Hazza and Cairo, and we'll see you all tomorrow.